Hey, Panda. How you doing? How are you doing, Panda? I don't know if that went through or I asked that. Okay, there we go. Right now, I am just collecting all the trailers so that I can sell it. Because I finished all the quests and missions in this region. okay, doing good. What the hell has happened? I'm like actually stuck. Hello. How's it going? Yeah, I just completed the Austria region last night, and right now I'm just going around collecting all the trailers to sell, and then move on to one of the other regions. It's a very good game, but yeah, it's a massive time sink. Simple tasks can take half an hour. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. But yeah, if you have plenty of time to kill, this is definitely one of those games. The first region is Michigan. Like, that's the tutorial region that you play. The game can be a little bit irritating early on, because you don't have access to, like, any of the good tires. So getting stuck is kind of a common problem at the beginning. But if you push through, the game is actually really fun. Well, I don't mean even boring, just the tutorial region can be actually frustrating. But yeah. But there is also built-in mod support, both on PC and console, which is pretty fun. Yeah, I had a feeling. No, it wasn't at all. The game will let you get away with some pretty janky stuff. So this trailer that I'm lifting up and that blue one are kind of annoying because they are tractor-only trailers. And if you pull them along with a winch, like on the ground, they can clip into, like, terrain and stuff. So it's kind of just easier to just transport them in a weird way. Pretty much, yeah. When you're loading cargo onto a truck or trailer, you can do it automatically or manually. And if you do it manually, you can just have huge stacks of stuff. I mean, it makes the cargo in the vehicle unstable, but you can do it. And sometimes it's worth doing it. Especially if you have to go far with a lot of stuff. Yes. You can do it once. Like, for example, you can have a truck that has a trailer attached to another truck with a trailer, and you just use a winch between the two. And that also does work in multiplayer. If you have a trailer that just can't attach to your vehicle, you can also just use a winch, which does work, but you then don't have much control over the trailer. Snowrunner has, what is it, 4-player? Oops. 4-player multiplayer. That was another farming trailer. I believe that one was a cultivator. Farming isn't a big thing in Snowrunner in general, but for this region it was one of the big quests. I believe this red one is the harvester, and then the blue trailer was the planter. Oh no, you definitely do. There's a lot of terrain that will attempt to, it's like slanted, so try and roll you over. There's a lot of areas that are like swamp-like terrain, and you can very easily get stuck in just about any vehicle. Especially if there are no winch points near you. And then you're screwed. No, you can recover your vehicle back to a garage, which is free in just regular mode. However, you lose any cargo that your vehicle has, or you have to just drive a vehicle out there to get your vehicle unstuck or unflipped, which is normally what happens. Same thing with the trailers. Okay, that's one down. I'm gonna go and get the other one. Okay, so I thought I passed the road for a second. In regular mode, fuel is free. However, each vehicle can carry only a certain amount. Some vehicles are worse on fuel than others. And a lot of maps will not have fuel stations. So you'll need to plan ahead. Or bring vehicles or trailers and like park them to essentially act as like a mini fuel station or repair point. This game does have a hardcore mode in which everything costs money. You cannot recover to your garage, and there's lots of like things like that. One of the main reasons I do not play hard mode, even though it sounds like fun, is your fuel consumption on all vehicles is doubled, which is pretty brutal. Because there's a lot of vehicles in this game where fuel consumption is just terrible to begin with. And it costs quite a bit in hardcore mode. Yeah, little bits of damage like that happen pretty frequently. It's not common, but sometimes, and I don't know why, you can be driving on a perfectly flat, nice road, and your vehicle will just take random damage. I don't know what that's about. Like, that damage I took there, fair enough. The front of my nose of the truck fell, but sometimes you will just take random damage, and I have no idea what causes it. And you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, each circle represents a different area of the vehicle and how much damage it has taken. So like it shows the engine has taken some damage, but only a small amount is missing. If you totally wipe out one of those components, it does dramatically affect the vehicle. The worst one being fuel tank. If you completely rupture your fuel tank, you will start like just pouring fuel very quickly. Those kind of bugs frustrate the hell out of you in any game. Yeah. I think it has to do with the physics engine in this game. Because speed in this game is a little weird. Like, this truck is just a slow vehicle, no matter what, but there are vehicles that are pretty quick. And when you get up to, like, a higher speed, vehicles tend to get kind of unstable and squirrely. It's kind of weird. But I think it's how the physics engine is coded. And I think that's why there's occasionally random damage. Oh, jeez. What platform were you playing it on? I've really been wanting to try the survival mode since they added it in Fallout 4, but I'm kind of nervous. PC? Okay. Because it does look like a lot of fun. Yeah, really. From the videos I've seen of it, it is a totally different experience. But it does breathe like some fresh air into Fallout. Have you ever played, what is it, the hardcore mode for Fallout New Vegas? I've seen it, but I've never, like, heard anyone trying it. Store crane for now. Really? Fine. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you can tell it wasn't their specialty. Like, it's not bad, but it is pretty different. I think the gunplay in Fallout 4 is actually really good. The custom weapon customization is definitely one of my favorite things in the game. And even though it is kind of janky, I do enjoy the base building. What are some of your favorite games to play? Okay, very nice. Skyrim is definitely one of my personal favorites as well. What are you stuck on? There we go. Okay, very nice. Some of my favorite games are definitely the Fallout series, Elder Scrolls, Snowrunner, so this game. I love Halo. Halo is one of my favorite series. Baldur's Gate 3 is really good. BeamNG Drive is a lot of fun. I think Halo 2 is my least played game. I do really like it, I just haven't played it nearly as much as the others. Halo 3 was my first Halo. And I kind of played them in a weird order. The game crashed. Thankfully it doesn't do this often. But it's still kind of annoying when it happens. Thankfully Snowrunner does autosave pretty frequently. Um, um, there have been a few times where the game has continually crashed on the same map, and it got old real fast. Thankfully, that's not a common thing, but it does sometimes crash. I don't know if it's all platforms. I am playing on an Xbox Series X, but I'm streaming it to my PC using OBS. Another game I quite like is Gmod and VRChat. Nah, uh, I started playing Snowrunner on Xbox first, and that's where I bought all the DLCs and the season passes as they've come out. So that's kind of where I'm the most invested. And it works fine for me. That is one of the downsides. The season passes and DLCs, when they're not on sale, are kind of expensive. So I only started streaming around December, January. Well, I've streamed in the past, but not with microphone. I just didn't have the confidence to do it. But my roommate also, wanted to actually try it as well. So we started streaming games together. Initially, we streamed only, once or twice a week. I stream basically whenever I want, but normally it's once a day. My friend streams, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Okay, time to get the final trailer. Camping trailer. Farming trailer. Oh yeah? Mostly just to show support. Okay. Okay. Yeah, the trailer was lifting me off the ground too much. Yeah, the night lighting is definitely one of my favorite things in this game. Just the lighting in general. The Atom. Okay. Thank you for stopping by tonight. It was nice chatting. Hello.
What are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I had a feeling it was you.
Just an ominous feeling that someone is lurking over your shoulder.
Yes.
Hmm.
No, I'm doing good.
So what have I missed so far?
Um, I have currently spent 2 hours very slowly driving, delivering trailers to be sold.
Hmm. You got a whole conga line of trailers there.
Yes, I'm pulling a trailer, pulling a tractor, pulling a trailer.
I was going to
Um,
say, normally you don't get multiple winches, but yeah, if you've got another vehicle that's attached to a trailer, then you can just use one winch, can't you?
yep. Um, how has your day been?
Not too bad, honestly. It's been quite cool. The AC is working pretty well now that we've put the at least one of the curtain things back up, so the upstairs stays cold rather than it all going downstairs.
Are all the bedrooms upstairs in your house?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Today's been a pretty slow day. Just had to drive Kryfa to a dentist appointment, and then sort out some bank stuff with my mom. And that's
The
been pretty much
huge.
the whole day. Uh, Not the huge, but I'm glad it's dealt with.
Hmm.
Uh, Basically, some charges were pending, and my mom accidentally overcharged on her card, so she owed the bank.
Yeah, they don't usually like that.
No, so we had to go sort that out. I don't think Krypho will be joining for quite a while. He's currently sleeping.
It's fair. I'm
Yeah,
not expecting him. Like, I'm not even in control here, but I don't need Cronford.
you want him here every time. It's a
I'm
requirement.
desperate for his attention.
Yes. Have you played a game called Little Gator Game?
Can't say that I have. I don't recognize the name.
Um, It's an indie game that came out, I think, a year and a half ago now, like 2 years ago. It's a very cute game. Pretty short. You can complete it in a couple hours. It's basically you playing as a kid, and all your friends have basically set up a Zelda knockoff across an island, and you just got to go around killing, quote unquote, killing the monsters, even though they're just made out of cardboard and can't move. It's just kind of like a silly, kind of wholesome game. And they just announced earlier this year a DLC for it, which is fun, because I thought they were done with it.
Yeah, there aren't enough wholesome games out there at the moment, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's nice to be able to sit down and just go, I'm going to play this cute game and feel good about everything.
Hilariously enough, the game is partially about game making. But the game is very, like, physics-based. A lot of ragdoll and things like that. Because you're a kid, there's no fall damage.
Convenient. Unrealistic. Unrealistic expectations of children.
But yeah, like, it's an actual, just, like, a fact in the game. Like, kids don't get hurt, so there's no fall damage.
There's a bit of a nasty gap to get over, isn't it?
It's awful. I've hated going through it each time.
I don't suppose like you can go around that sort of right-hand side where there's a little rocky path, or is that just like more awkward for the turning?
You probably could. It's just more awkward with a trailer. If I didn't have a trailer, I could use that path probably a lot better. The only other way that's, like, not too out of the way is basically driving along the riverbank, along the road.
Yeah.
Because, like, the map doesn't really show it, but you can't really drive up and down this broken road. It's actually, like, quite a steep drop.
Yeah. I know that obviously the what was it? I've forgotten the name of the game now. Road Constructor or something. Road Builder.
Oh, Roadcraft, yeah.
That's the one. I know that that has the elements of, go around, navigate difficult terrain, but then also, improve it. I just, again, still wish this had an element of that. Like as you complete missions, things improve. There's only, at least what I've experienced so far, it's just deliver some wood or concrete or metal to a bridge to build a bridge, and that's it. You can't, like, get rock from a quarry, just like basic rock or gravel or something, and then pour it into a flooded section to create at least a bit more stable ground that makes it easier to traverse across. I would happily pay for that with in-game currency rather than buying another vehicle. I would buy easier transit.
Same. That's what I wanted Roadcraft to be. Like, I understand why they made it a separate game. But I wish they would have added elements like that to this game.
Like they still could, because they clearly have the ability to modify the terrain based on events, i.e. building bridges and stuff. They could do essentially the same thing and disguise it as, improving the ground and terrain on certain stretches of road.
There is some deliveries you make does actually have like an animation of a building being built in steps. So at least there is kind of that. But yeah, there's a lot of areas that are like clearly like after a flood, so there's like debris and stuff everywhere. Would be nice in this game if you could like clear that up. But Roadcraft does allow you to do that. You can use trash and debris from like floods and disasters and turn them into resources.
It's it has that same feeling as I'm trying to remember the name of the game now. Viscera Clean Up Detail, I believe.
Yeah, pretty much.
I like that game purely for the ability to go around and clean up things. You know, in a sense, it's just chores. So you're going around and doing stuff that would normally be boring, but the enjoyment is you're cleaning things up and it looks better. Everything goes in the right place and everything gets tidied away, and there's sort of a protocol to it. And that to me is enjoyable. Unfortunately, each map takes so long that I've never actually completed one properly. Because by the time that I'm halfway through, I'm already bored because there's nothing else going on.
Yeah, isn't the game pretty meticulous? Like,
yeah,
like from the gameplay I
yes.
saw years ago, you have to pick up like, for example, each individual item and like bullet casing.
Yeah, so a generic level. Ooh, that's a bit of a pile up you've made there.
A little bit.
But yeah, a generic level would have tons of body parts and corpses that may or may not be bloody and create a mess if they get dropped around. There'll be bullet casings and fragments of objects, like barrels and things like that. In fact, actually, there are barrels and crates dotted around everywhere as well. Um, I believe to get the quote-unquote maximum score for a particular level, you need to incinerate all waste objects, so that would be bodies and giblets and things like that. I believe you also want to incinerate the bullet casings as well, but you're also supposed to note down how many bullets were fired, which I feel like is a bit mad.
Yeah,
Um,
that is.
you're supposed to put all the barrels and crates into their respective zones, because there is a zone for barrels and there is a zone for crates. I didn't know this for the longest time. I used to just burn them and just incinerate them. But you're supposed to put them and stack them all nice there. All the surfaces should be clean, so getting your mop out, just cleaning it all. And any bullet holes in surfaces can be removed by using like this plasma beam thing that's supposed to melt the surface and smooth it out. But if you hold it down for too long, which is incredibly easy to do, then it scorches that section, creates soot that spreads across an area, and permanently deforms that location so that you have a blemish and you can't get rid of the blemish. So it's almost like it's trying to be a professional kind of cleaning game, even though it has very goofy environments.
Yeah.
I feel like it's maybe landed in a sort of an awkward spot between professional cleaning sim with like a sci-fi theme versus a silly, goofy play around with friends thing where getting things wrong isn't a problem. And to be fair, if you make mistakes and you finish the map and you've got a bunch of burn holes, scorch marks everywhere and things like that, it's not the end of the world. Like, it will still complete the level. You just won't get the good score.
Don't you also have to deal with environmental dangers? Like, I seem to remember there's like turrets that will fire at you.
Yeah, a couple of levels do have some kind of environmental hazards. Although I've played through I'll say played through, I've played on maybe 2 or 3 of the dozens of levels they have. And I think there's probably levels on the Steam Workshop as well. So there's plenty of replayability in there if you want to play different maps. It's one of those games for me that I enjoy the concept of the cleaning and fixing things and making things all go in the right place, but it's too long for a single sitting for me.
Yeah.
And it's also one of those games where I can't come back to it. I can't like save the game and resume because I'll feel like I've done something wrong, or I won't know where I left off, and it just feels awkward.
That's exactly how I am with games like Fallout or Skyrim or any of those kind of games. I'll make a
Yeah, if you
character, play it for a while, and then when I pick it up, I no longer feel connected to the character.
Yeah, and you just restart the game, which means you then play over the beginning of the game
Yep,
multiple times, which makes it feel even less engaging. So you survive playing that game less and less,
yep.
and you create your own mountain to overcome. I've done that so many times with different games like that, especially RPGs. And of course, the irony is that in those situations when I do make a new character or a new save file or something, because I've not played this for 6 months, I don't know what I was doing or what my plan was or anything like that. When I think about it realistically, the new character or new save file is exactly the same as the one I was playing before, because I always play the same way.
Same.
So it's
I
it
play
is
Skyrim the
so
exact
dumb.
same way every time.
Stealth Archer.
Well, just a little bit of everything, but like I
Hmm.
always make the same character, either a Khajiit or an Argonian. That'll generally look the same. I almost always use the same name too.
Hmm.
I just enjoy having the kind of sameness, I guess.
Oh my god, you're nearly a millionaire.
I was a millionaire. It's just I had to buy a few days ago another one of these 612Hs, and they're kind of expensive.
Oh yeah. Remember in the first region, there was a vehicle I picked up on one of the non-garage maps.
Hmm.
It was one with a bunch of different islands and bridges you needed to repair. And it was just tucked away. And it's this absolutely giant yellow vehicle that has like 8 wheels for just the cab side of things. It's absolutely massive. It can barely fit on a 2-lane road, but it had so much power that it just moved through everything. I fell in love with it immediately, and then I also broke it immediately. Um, so that was a shame.
Yeah, the heavier the vehicle, the harder they tend to be to control.
Hmm. It was actually a bit weird for me to sort of learn that having a heavier vehicle is actually better in mud, whereas I was under the impression that I wanted to use lighter vehicles like the scout vehicles so I could avoid sinking into it as much and letting my tires get me through it, rather than what I now believe to be correct, which is you want the heaviest vehicle you can find, so that way you just sink to the bottom of the mud and then find traction and just power through it and push it out of the way.
Yeah, I was under this same impression for years, both in this game and just in real life. Um, that's why, for example, if you have a rear wheel drive car in the snow, a lot of people will put like bags of cat litter
Yeah.
it in the rear to add extra traction.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously makes sense to put more weight where the drive is, so that that has more traction. Um, my dad used to own uh, it was a small van. I can't remember what the make and model of it was, but it was a rear-wheel drive. And in winter, when it was all icy on some of the roads, because he was a shop owner at the time, he basically had free reign of what he could do with the shop. So he actually ended up taking out from his shop from the storehouse um, loads of crates of cans of drinks and bottles and things like that, all the very heavy liquids that he could find, and just stacking them in the back of his vehicle. Even though he didn't need to transit them around, it was just so much extra grip for him. And then we would, you know, as we're driving around, me as a kid, we would have a little laugh at all the other people in cars that were having difficulty getting up a slightly steep incline that's covered in ice, while this like transit van just zipped up straight away, no problems.
Yeah, it's funny how much weight affects things. Because, for example, like rock crawling, that kind of thing. Um, the lighter the vehicle is actually better for rock crawling than heavier.
Yeah.
And I think that has more to do with center of gravity.
Uh, yeah, I can imagine that. You want the center of gravity to be as low as possible in the vehicle, otherwise you'll run a higher risk of topping, tipping. Sorry. Um, Although with some of the scout vehicles that I've used for rock climbing in the game, um, I've had the unfortunate experience of going slow and trying to use all-wheel drive and the diff lock to make sure that I have traction on the correct wheel when I need it. And then I'll sort of have a quick snag of traction, and then I'll bounce off another rock because my tires are so bouncy, and then I'll just sort of do 3 barrel rolls down a hill.
Yeah, that kind of lack of stability is the main reason I don't like scout vehicles in this game.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm losing my faith in them rapidly.
yeah, and I think it's ultimately has to do with the physics engine. Like, I think that's why vehicles will take damage occasionally on a normal road.
Yeah, I
I think it
mean,
I think it's the game thinking you've collided with something,
yeah,
but you clearly haven't.
yeah. I mean, the rocks, like the little pebbles, I should say, that you just drove over. It's those kind of things on some routes that I'll drive over that. They don't move, they seem to be fixed to the ground, but it'll make my tire or suspension bump a fraction, but that is enough to deal damage. Meanwhile, I'll drive into a wall and it's like, oh, I did 1 point damage to the engine, at 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, it. I don't know what the deal is with it.
I mean, to be fair, physics engines in general, physics calculations are notoriously difficult to not just get accurate, but to make it feel good. Quite often, the values in physics engines for games are nowhere near realistic. As um, in a game, you might feel like you're jumping around like a character-based RPG thing, and you feel like gravity's feeling quite normal, but they probably have either a massively reduced or massively increased value for specific gravity, which is currently in on Earth 9.81 meters per second. But in games, it can be anything as long as everything is in relation to one another, and even then, things get tweaked. One of my favorite examples of physics not working how you would expect them to is actually in the original Mario game. If you hold, or if you press the jump button, just like tap it, Mario will do a small jump. Whereas if you hold it down, he'll do an extended jump. Now it's impossible for the game to know which one you've chosen. Like if you're going to hold it down or just tap it the moment you press the button originally. That would be predictive and impossible to decide. So what the game does is instead it basically disables or significantly reduces gravity or continues to add an upwards impulse to the character object while the button is pressed, meaning that if you tap it, it only gets 1 or 2 frames of it, whereas since holding it down, it gets an increased number of frames until some kind of internal timer says, yeah, you've had enough now. That doesn't seem like it's working correctly.
No, I can never remember what type of saddle these trailers need, and this needs a saddle low, and I
Yeah,
equipped
I
it with
don't
a
know
saddle
why
high.
they have 2 different types of saddles in the game.
Um, yeah, I'm not really sure either, because I've never really heard of there being different kinds in real life.
Hmm.
I mean, for different countries, there might be like a different standard, but as for sizes, I think they're generally one size fits all.
Yeah, I mean, from what I saw in the in-game description, the low ones are designed for lighter loads, and the high ones are designed for heavy or super heavy loads. Which, fine, I can understand maybe there being a different rating for different loads. I get that. But the only visual difference or mechanical difference to the vehicle is whether it's positioned further back on the vehicle or further forwards. And I can't help but feel if you've got the further back one, which I think you currently do, um, then why can't the ones that require it to be further forward still fit? Because it's not like it's going to collide with your vehicle. You know, if it was the other way around and the saddle was right next to the cab and you needed something that had more space, I can understand it not fitting. So it just seems to defeat the point having two saddles and then just getting the wrong one because it's not obvious which trailer requires which.
That's another thing. The legs on trailers get caught on everything.
Mm. Yeah, you can't undeploy them unless you actually saddle up.
And it's another physics thing where legs on trailers or the like stands on like a crane, for example,
Yeah,
seem to have increased friction,
yeah.
which I get from a gameplay standpoint. But when you're driving with them, instead of just sliding, it's like I don't know.
They'll stick and bounce.
Yeah,
I use the small crane attachment for some of my trucks just to have a crane to manipulate a few things.
oh yeah, it's
So I had like the crane and the flatbed.
yep.
Um,
That's one of the best combos you can do.
mm, it's one of the easiest ones you can do as well, to be fair. Um, but the supports, like the little legs for that crane, are completely worthless.
Oh
They,
yeah,
they don't
no,
do
they're
anything.
terrible.
I mean, you'd think they would push them out further, you know, in some way, you know, just make it so that you have a wider base, but they barely go beyond the width of your wheels. And then when they go down to the ground, they don't even touch the ground most of the time because they don't lower far enough. So most of the time, I just don't bother.
Yeah, one of the cranes, the legs, doesn't. The legs, when they fold away, aren't actually folding. They're just moving upwards and out of the way. So they tend to get caught on stuff, on narrow, like, roads and things. Especially trees.
This bit's going to be quite fun, I think, with those legs.
Yeah. Um. I might just intentionally roll the trailer over and just slide it on
Yeah,
its side. I don't think it's how the developers intended it, but it works.
yeah.
Um, I don't know if they're still doing it for a while. Uh, IGN was doing this series where um, developers would react to people speedrunning games. I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
if you.
I've seen a couple of those.
Yeah, and I always thought that was really fun because, like,
Hmm.
just to see um, their games being played in a way that wasn't intended and them discovering, like, bugs and stuff on the fly, I thought was actually kind of wholesome.
Yeah, some of them, some developers are kind of aware of some of the speedrunning things, and they're aware of leaving in bugs or, you know, only patching them in certain ways to allow speedrunners to still benefit from them.
Yeah.
But it is always fun when a developer goes, "Wait, you can do that?"
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things.
You'd think that a developer is going to be the most knowledgeable person about a game, and to a technical standard, yes, they are. But never underestimate the knowledge of a speedrunner for how to completely destroy a game.
There's also some people who aren't even necessarily speedrunning, but just have like this knack of breaking any video game they play, and they're not
Mm.
even trying.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned last night. One of those guys would be Joseph Anderson. He just has a knack for breaking things. He does sometimes intend to break them, but he still encounters so many bugs and glitches that really shouldn't be there um, through no fault of his own.
That's the person you linked last night, right?
It is, yes. I think the one I linked the other night was
I think it was
a
Starfield.
sort of a highlights compilation of him playing Starfield and how it just started to disintegrate around him.
Have you played? Well, do you like the Elder Scrolls games?
I mean, not exactly a favorite of mine. I've only really played Skyrim.
Okay. I was gonna ask if you've played the Oblivion remastered.
No, I haven't.
I played it a bit. I actually liked it a lot. Um, However, they've kind of pulled the Bethesda, in which it has glitches and like kind of game-breaking bit glitches. Um, which is a shame because it's overall actually a really they did a good job, or the team that they hired did a good job. Um, but at least on uh, console, it has stability problems. For example, the longer you play and the bigger your save, the worse your performance gets.
Natural.
Yeah, but like quickly. And the the game has been out for a couple months and it's only received I think 2 updates, so it's a little slow. Um, but it is actually pretty fun. They've done a good job.
One can hope that it gets fixed in the future, but again, it's a Bethesda thing, so who knows?
Yeah.
Also, that's convenient. Your trailer turned itself up right at the right time.
Yep. I know. I've had silly things where I've been pulling like one of the tiny little scout fuel trailers, uh, in a weird way like this, and it ends up just bouncing around due to physics and just ends up in the back of my vehicle. It's like, oh, well, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, why can't you just put it on there in the first place?
Yeah.
It is annoying that these large trucks can't attach trailers for the scout vehicles. Um, I feel like the attachment point surely should still work, but
Yeah.
it's like no, you can't. You can't carry a small thing.
Um, on the PC version of Snowrunner, I do have a modded vehicle, that incidentally allows you to attach any trailer size at any time. I mean, obviously not this type of trailer, um, but it can pull the full-size trailers and the scout trailers, which is nice. Saddle low. Yeah, the only difference is saddle low is further to the back and slightly lower, but like
Yeah,
really not enough to matter. Like surely you could just have the saddle high if you need
yeah,
it higher, just further back, and that's it.
yeah. That's what I'm thinking. It's such a insignificant placement difference that I struggle to understand um, why it has to be such a fundamental thing for various trailers.
It's also weird how these saddle highs are free, but everything else isn't.
Mm.
Like if I delete the ones I have, yeah, they're free, and so is the seismic vibrator.
Yeah,
I'm just I don't. It's just odd design
Yeah,
choices.
yeah. That's one thing I questioned very early on was the fact that why are some of these things free? It feels weird. It's a bootstrap problem. Um, Penda says Cryphus hands off today. That's because Cryphus had dentist work.
It was just a checkup, but they did find he has an early cavity, so we'll have that worked on next month.
Yeah, they'll have to remove the jaw and then replace it with something.
Oh, he could get some Haley mandibles
Somewhat.
from Halo.
Oh, right.
The elites, their actual like species name is Healy.
Yeah, wasn't there like I'm going to say racist term for them? Like split jaw or something?
Yeah, split jaw. Yep.
Yeah,
There was actually a character named that, but it was used as like a as an insult.
derogatory thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, for me, Halo is one of the games that I am deeply invested in the lore in. Not so much like the human stuff, because humans are kind of whatever, but the
Yeah,
actual
humans are
alien
boring.
bits. Humans are humans are humans.
Yeah, who would ever want to be a human, right?
I mean, if I could be something else, I would. Well, within reason.
Yeah,
I think most people, if they somehow could, would become their OC.
yeah. I think that's reasonable. Just starts building the most overpowered OC ever. Yeah, my OC is
No
God.
alicorns. Are you gonna have an alicorn changeling? Hilariously, no, I've
I'll be,
never seen one of those.
yeah. No, if we're doing the MLP thing, I'd probably be a bat pony.
Okay. I think the rarest OC type I've seen is a crystal pony.
Hmm. Well, that's just a
Like,
skin swap, that is.
no, I know, but I would have thought more people would like the aesthetic at least.
So many maps.
Yes.
Something in particular looking for?
Yeah, I'm just seeing what regions I have completed and what ones I haven't, and also which ones have vehicles still on them. So British Columbia, Ontario, Glades have completed. Tennessee I haven't. Dawn I haven't. Emmer I haven't touched at all. What vehicles do I have here? Okay.
Oh, I don't like that map. But
Which one?
snow and trees with white icons. So difficult to read.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I know the game is called Snowrunner, but the only
There's very little
terrain,
snow.
yeah, and the only terrain types or biome types, I guess, have been snow or just woodland forest. I kind of
Mm.
wish they would have added like a desert region.
Yeah, I could see that working. I mean, uh, sand can have um, a similar effect. You could also have salt lakes where you
That
have
would be
that
cool.
sort of marshy, cracked earth. You can have quicksand being an issue. Super saturated sand and soil. Have you ever seen the film Dante's Peak?
I know of it. I think I've seen bits and pieces of it.
Mm. There's a particular scene where the I'm going to say the crew, the main characters, um, are trying to evacuate or drive somewhere basically after there's been a bit of an eruption, and there's some settled lava flow across the road. It's not too wide, but it does block their path. However, it has crusted over. It's settled and started to cool down. Um, and obviously, it's a big dramatic moment as they try and drive over it and then get stuck inevitably, and the wheels are spinning in molten lava. Um, Obviously, not all that realistic, but I could imagine if they really wanted to push the boat out a bit with SnowRunner, they could do something like that where you have sort of stale lava flows where you need to be very careful about how you drive across them to not break the crust. And in fact, they could also do the exact same thing for ice as well. I remember watching an episode or two of like Ice Road Truckers a couple of years back, and how they have to drive at a very specific speed to prevent or yeah to avoid building like a bow wave underneath the ice, which would then cause it to crack and sink the entire shipment.
Oh, Dante's Peak. I just looked up. Yes, I have seen that movie.
Mm.
For, I was thinking in my head when you first said it, Dante's Inferno, and I was like, I don't think there's a movie based on that, but I could be wrong.
I mean, there might be for all I know.
It's kind of fun to learn how many movie or video game tie-in movies there are from like the early 2000s that have just kind of been forgotten because most video game movies unfortunately are not great.
Yeah,
I mean, there are good ones, but a lot of them take too many I don't know, creative liberties.
yeah, quite a few do. I mean, I am a fan of the Sonic films that have been coming out. Um, I was a huge fan of the first one. The second one I thought was really fun as well. The third one, not my favorite. There's a few things in there that just don't quite sit right with me, but
Hmm.
I'm still overall liking the whole Sonic trilogy so far.
I have not. I just don't really watch movies. I'm not like against it. I just don't really. So most
No one
movies
should
from
watch movies.
what
No one should watch movies. It's
from
illegal.
no, not allowed. From the last like 10, 15 years, I just haven't seen a large majority of like popular films or shows. Um, so maybe if we ever get to meet up, we can have like I don't know a movie night or something. That would be fun.
get some popcorn, sit at the back of the cinema, and who knows what will happen.
Oh no. You know it would be fun to bring you to a drive-in theater.
Yeah, I've never had one of those. I mean, we don't, I think, have any in the UK, or maybe we do, but I've not heard of
They're
them.
they're
Um,
pretty rare here in the U.S. Most of them have closed, but we at least have about two or three here in New England.
hmm.
Um, they're kind of expensive, at least the one that we like to go to. Uh,
That seems weird to me. I mean, I'm not going to say it should be cheaper per se, but I feel like all the upkeep is just big screen that you project on, and then like a radio transmitter so people can tune into the audio in the vehicle.
yeah, I think they're using the fact that they're the only one around to charge more.
Yeah.
It used to be cheaper, but when I most recently checked how much it is, like to see for a ticket, because it's based on your car load. So like one car is a fixed price, and it's $27, which that's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a full car though, if you got a whole family or something, it's not so bad.
If you have more than a certain amount of people, they charge more though. Like I think if you have more than like six people, which that's kind of fair enough.
Well, I mean, it feels like they're not satisfied and not making enough money based on one type of payment, so they're just using two types and covering each other's bases that way. To me, the capacity of the venue is based on the vehicle. If you got a large vehicle, it should cost more because you can fit less large vehicles in. If you got a small vehicle, it should cost less because you can fit more of them in. And if you have a four-seater car and you've got four people in there and you park it in, that should be the same price as one person in a four-seater car parking in because it's taking up the same amount of space. That to me would be a fair pricing scheme. If, however, they want to go with the number of people, that's fine as well, but it shouldn't be in addition to.
I
That
agree.
way, if you have someone going in with four people, it costs four tickets versus one person driving in, it costs one ticket. That's fair because you're paying for the number of people. Saying that, oh, it's a fixed price for the car, but then if you have too many people, then it's going to cost you more. Why? Why should it cost you more?
Yeah, I would simply just if I had more people, I'd have them like hidden under some blankets in the back.
Yeah, just have them in the boot.
I mean, pretty much everyone here sneaks drinks and snacks into a movie theater anyway.
Yeah. Well, the price of food and drink in cinemas is absolutely ridiculous. That's even in the UK here, they're just so expensive. And I think they're making it more expensive because more people are sneaking things in, so they need to make up the costs. But the only reason that people are sneaking things in is because things are so expensive. If they reduce the price, people wouldn't sneak food and drink in.
Yeah, this seems to have actually been a global phenomenon, but it's worse in other countries than others, sure. But uh, the cost of services and things has continued to gone up, and most people's wages have stayed the same.
Yeah.
Um, the way that this drive-in is called the Mendon Twin Drive-in because they have two screens. Um, and vehicles that are over, I think, 5 or 5.5 feet tall have to be at the back, which is fair, so that you're not
Yeah, you want to
blocking
be
the
able to
view.
see it.
Yeah, um, but they also have like a concession stand and an area where you can get beer and wine. So they're not exactly hurting on money.
Wine seems like an unusual thing for movies. I mean, I suppose depending on what the movie is, but beer, I get. Ciders, things like that. Yeah, I can understand. Wine, just that doesn't gel in my head.
No, I'm not sure why they do it either. Uh, One nice thing though about this particular movie theater is your each theater, or well, both screens will always play two movies in one night, and your ticket does cover both movies. Um, but I still think it should be cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's something they're doing or using to say, hey, you're getting better value if you stick for both movies. Yeah, but can you just give me a ticket for one movie, please?
But
Cut the price in half.
yeah, and my argument would be it was only $20 like a couple years ago, which was still
Yeah,
kind of a
why
lot.
is it increased? You're not paying anyone anymore. What's
Um,
changed?
because they have to import the air that you breathe.
Ah, right. From China.
Yeah, it's tariff related.
The radio waves that get to your vehicle are imported.
Yeah, don't give them any ideas.
Can't wait for them to bring out canned air from oh, what was the name of that film? Um, I'm pretty sure it was with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Uh,
Yeah,
damn it. It was on Mars. Oh, it's gonna bug me, that is.
concrete slabs, cabins.
Total Recall. That was it. I'm pretty sure.
I have not been to uh, a movie theater in probably 4 or 5 years. I do like going. There's just not been that many movies um, that I've been dying to see.
Pretty sure that the only movies I've been to see recently was Sonic 1, Sonic 2, and Sonic 3.
I keep
Because
hearing really
just
good things about them. Like I
yeah.
know you
I
were
mean,
talking about them too.
yeah, I'm not trying to harp on them and say that they're the greatest thing ever or anything like that.
Guys, QB's trying
But
to peer pressure me into watching them with him.
yeah, I'll be pressured to watch anything with me. um, but I don't know. They just feel a bit more genuine. Like I'm trying to think of the best way to describe it. Um, a lot of video game adaptations specifically sort of have this very low baseline, like common denominator kind of thing, where everything's been dumbed down and it no longer appeals to the kids or to the parents.
Hmm.
Whereas Sonic, it didn't do that. It still has some very simple plot device and some story, but they still leave in some more adult things in there that kids won't notice, but parents will appreciate. So it kind of works for both audiences. And for the most part, they've kept that through the other two. I still feel like the third one suffers the most with that, where it's sort of going a bit too young.
Isn't the
But
third one with Shadow?
yes, that was it's Shadow the Hedgehog, voiced by Keanu Reeves.
That's right. Yeah, okay. The I have been interested in watching the Sonic movies, and the other movie I had a curiosity about was the Minecraft movie. I haven't heard great
Oh,
things.
don't watch the Minecraft movie.
I, Yeah, but see, I would watch it with friends because then you could make fun of it if it's a bad movie.
Oh, in fairness, yeah, I think we're going to be having a movie night ourselves over the next couple of weeks at some point, and chances are the Minecraft movie is going to be one of those movies. It's definitely not a movie you want to watch for like the sake of the movie itself. You don't want to watch it by yourself or with friends for enjoyment. You'd only want to watch it to absolutely riff and make fun of it, basically. Um, the whole story and plot of that movie is absolutely terrible.
Yeah, like I like Jack Black, but apparently, from what I've heard, he just has basically one joke through the whole movie, and he just keeps repeating it, like just saying stuff in a quote unquote zany way, and that's it.
Yeah. Jack Black can be a good actor in things, but he was not utilized well in this film, is I think the most nice way to say it. Also, Pender had said I should peer pressure you into watching all the Murder Drones episodes in slow motion.
I like Murder Drones, but no, that would take quite a while.
But Suave,
Suave is good.
something else I need to add. Oh, never mind. I was going to say they need to add trains since they've got the train tracks here, but I can see that they've already crashed the train. Um, Bit of a
Uh,
shame.
there are a couple missions where you have to pull a disabled train that's actually on the tracks.
Ah,
Um, and interestingly, if you pull in the wrong direction, you can derail the train. So you will
okay,
have
so
to
it's not.
start it over.
Ah, so it's not
Uh,
just an animated spline then. That's interesting.
there is also at least one mission I can think of where when you repair the tracks, there is a train that shows you in a cutscene, but quote unquote cutscene, of it
Yeah.
like pulling up to make a delivery, and then it becomes a fixed object again, but in a different
That's a
spot.
shame. Yeah, I want like the GTA style trains where they're running around on a schedule, and the idea is you just park something in front of it and see what happens.
Like, uh, something that would have fit this game perfectly, is at least here in the U.S. We have trucks that are designed to drive on railroad tracks,
Yeah.
and like that would have worked really well in this game because most maps have tracks on them.
Yeah, that would actually give a reason for having different tire upgrades as well. You could have like a dual tire system where you have uh, rail-based wheels that can be engaged, so you can go on train tracks for a period of time.
Uh, so we actually live very close to several railroad tracks here,
Mhm.
and oftentimes the vehicles that we'll see on the tracks are either little pickup trucks just doing like maintenance, but sometimes you'll see these we call them cherry pickers, but it's bigger trucks with buckets, and it's normally so they can cut like tree branches or do that kind of work.
Okay.
Or like cranes.
Yeah.
Occasionally you'll see too. And that would totally work in this game.
I mean, rail and rail tracks are the most, well, one of the most efficient ways of moving any mass from point A to point B. Much better than roads.
Yeah.
They're just arguably not as versatile.
Well, one of their biggest problems is inclines.
Yeah.
But there are fixes for that. You just have a narrow incline.
Yeah, just
or you go
zigzag.
around the obstacle. Yeah.
You zigzag, go around, or go through.
Uh, the tallest um mountain here on the East Coast is a mountain called Mount Washington, and they actually have a cog railway that goes to the top.
So it pulls the train up or something.
Yep, literally using like giant, essentially just gears with teeth built into the track.
Hmm.
And it's funny because the train itself it looks like a normal-ish train from the outside, but in the inside, the chairs are kind of just gradually they sit flat while the rest of the train is at an angle. It's kind of just a funny experience. I believe there's also one in San Francisco.
Yeah, I remember hearing that San Francisco is very steep in various places.
Yeah, I have never been, but yeah, I've seen lots of videos of cars and vehicles struggling. Um, I, if you go on YouTube, you can find lots of videos of Lombard Street.
Is that the one that goes back and forth or something?
Yes, it's a very twisty road, but it's very steep, and cars drive down it. It's kind of like a tourist attraction thing. But occasionally, absurdly large vehicles will think they can do it, like limos and stuff,
Oh,
and
yeah.
they just can't.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to fit in there.
Do you guys have any pets in your household?
Unfortunately not.
I
Myself and
think,
Squall are desperately wanting to have a cat, or multiple cats, but
isn't it because of the landlord?
yeah, a lot
I remember
of
him
places
mentioning
in
it
the UK.
recently.
Yeah, a lot of places in the UK that are owned by landlords will frequently refuse to have pets in the house because of the bullshit reason of pets cause damage. And it's not like when you rent a place, you pay a security deposit already that covers damage to the property in the event that you leave and you don't fix the damage yourself. So I don't know. I don't understand the whole no pets allowed. It's just bullshit, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd argue people cause more damage than pets do.
Yeah, landlords cause more problems than pets do.
Yeah, I you see the videos of it on YouTube of like the landlord special, and it's 5 layers of paint
Oh god, yeah.
over like light switches and outlets.
Or painting flies into the wall.
So one of the places that we lived, this is over 10, 15 years ago now, the landlord was actually pretty good for the most part. However, I remember the oven that we had, when you started it, would smell of natural gas.
That's not good.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Um, and one time it got bad, so we called the fire department naturally, because we wanted them to come make sure it wasn't an actual gas leak because it was so bad. Um, it it wasn't dangerous. It was just a strong odor from it, but it did need to be fixed, and the landlord was upset that we didn't call him first.
We'd have to fix it either way, so I don't know what he's bitching about.
I think because he knew he was in trouble. Because the fire department basically said, yeah, the oven wasn't installed properly, and so gas was leaking from the back.
Yeah, I mean, if you can smell gas, like natural gas doesn't have a smell, but things are injected into natural gas to make it smell so that you can tell if there's a leak, since it's colorless and odorless by default. And it's usually adding sulfur, I think, to natural gas to give it that sort of rotten egg smell, um, or something along those lines.
It was
So if you can smell gas, that means that there is definitely gas there. It's not just the odor. If it's burnt properly in like a burner or oven or something like that, you will not smell it.
Yeah, it was like a propane-y type of smell. It,
Mm,
it wasn't propane, but it was that kind of.
yeah. Don't you like that platform?
Yeah, and it wants me to put the cargo there, but this vehicle doesn't have a crane.
Are you trying to shift it backwards by bumping it then?
Yeah, but I realized the platform is slightly higher
Mm.
than the flatbed, so I just need to get another vehicle.
It's really annoying when it doesn't tell you that you will actually need a crane, because there are some missions where it says a crane is recommended,
It
but then
probably
it
did,
doesn't
and I just
require a
missed it.
crane.
Oh, it does say truck with crane is recommended. I
Mm.
just totally missed that.
But that's the thing, some of them say crane recommended, but then doesn't require one at all.
Yeah, I've had that too. How has Squall been?
I, as far as I'm aware, he's been okay so far. Um, he was also suffering from the heat over the weekend, although he usually handles it better than I do. Um, he's currently downstairs playing some D&D with the other lads.
Nice.
I think they will be finished in the next hour or so.
Are you playing anything at the moment?
The idle game open in the background, but I'm not actually playing a different game at the moment.
Okay.
I did play earlier on. I'm going to say a new game. To me, it's new. Um, it's called Wizard with a Gun.
I think I've heard of that one.
Yeah, I think it's made by Devolver Digital. It's got that same feel as some of their other titles. Um, I've only played a little bit of it so far, a couple of hours, um, and it seems all right. There seems to be a fair bit of mechanical complexity regarding the gunplay, since you can have different kinds of guns and different ammo that they fire, and it's all sort of magic based. Um, but I definitely think that's another game that benefits from being that multiplayer, that co-op thing, because it does have co-op where you can have multiple people in a group.
One of the games that I was interested in for a while, but I'm kind of afraid I'd get bored of it, is Satisfactory.
Yeah, I think I own it, but I've never played it.
Yeah, like I like the idea of being able to build all these kind of crazy um, contraptions to like collect resources and all this kind of thing, but there
Hmm.
doesn't seem to be a real end goal.
Yeah, it's just build and build and build. I mean, from what I
It's
understand,
still in early
Satisfactory.
access, to be fair, um, but I'm worried I would get bored of it.
From what I understand, Satisfactory's end goal at the moment is completing the sort of upgrade and requisition things. So you have to manufacture a quantity of some complex component and then send that off via space elevator to unlock like the next tier of technology or something. And it's just completing each of those. Could be wrong though, because like I said, I've not played it myself. I've only seen people play it.
Uh,
And I think at this point, everyone's seen Let's Game It Out play
yes,
uh, Satisfactory and just doing horrible things to the game.
yeah. One of the games that I can spend hours and hours in is City Skylines.
Hmm.
Uh, it it's such a fun game, and I like being able to use mods and stuff from the Steam Workshop. Um, it's one of those games for me where I could play it, and then I'll look over at the clock, and several hours have passed, and I haven't even realized. Um,
Yeah, I've had that same experience with City Skylines, although I feel like my gameplay experience is subtly different because um, uh, I end up trying to optimize um, like the design and placement of buildings and roads within a section of a city rather than building out the city and decorating it.
yeah, I don't really do the decorating bit either, if I'm honest. I just like, I guess, I just like watching the city itself grow and creating like different areas and stuff. Unfortunately, I know City Skylines 2 still needs a bit of work. Um,
Yeah,
but I am excited to play it once it's been out for a while.
yeah, wait for it to go on sale or something.
Yeah. Also, City Skylines suffers from like the larger your city gets, it does hurt performance.
Yeah, but then it's going to be simulating a lot more, so that's expected.
Yeah, it, it's a fair trade-off because I mean, you the game is has to render a lot and also has to have AI, for the traffic and people.
Hmm. Swim, are we?
Have you ever played Civilization?
I've played a few of the different versions of it, yeah.
Do you enjoy them?
Um, yes, I enjoy some of them, but I'm really bad at them.
I've been interested in them. However, they seem pretty confusing.
We occasionally watch Potato McWhiskey, I think his name is, on YouTube, playing through some different Civilization games. And I, it's not like I'm going to actually play it at this point, but I try to learn the strategy that he's using, and I'm just thinking how efficiently he does things compared to what I do. You know, he'd be like 2 or 3 ages ahead of me or something.
The the one that I was looking into buying, because during the Steam sales it tends to go for really cheap, is Civilization 5. I believe it is.
Yeah, that's the one where they introduce global warming.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I know very little about the game.
I'm pretty sure that's the one that introduced global warming. I could be mistaken, to be honest. Um, at least one of them has. You can have the option to enable uh, global warming via, polluting techs and stuff, and then having preventative techs and buildings as well, like building flood defense and such.
It's pretty cool. Uh, the person that you have not met yet, Kelso is his name. One of his favorite games is Age of Empires.
I remember playing, I think it's Age of Empires 2, back in the day.
Because I believe they did a remake or remaster of a couple of the titles a few years ago.
Yeah, yeah, they did. They increased the fidelity and resolution and unit cap, among other things.
Didn't they add
So
a new
now,
faction to one of the games?
oh, they might have. I mean, there were already like several dozen different races or factions or civilizations, what you're going to call them. You may be happy to know that there are currently 6 people watching you right now.
Go away, watch someone else.
I imagine one of them is me, since I've got your stream open, of course.
Yeah.
Um,
And if I open my stream up, myself will count as a viewer.
yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but it's also, don't pollute the number.
Yeah. I do. I can see a preview of the stream through OBS.
Bender says it's just me in 6 different tabs.
Why would you do this?
I don't think that works, although I could test it.
I do know. Well, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that if you have a video playing in the background, that doesn't count as you watching it. Like YouTube does know.
But
I
if I have
believe.
it in the foreground in 3 different windows, yes, it does count. You are now up to 8. I've just opened 2 extra streams of yours in foreground windows, and your watch now has jumped up to 8. That
Yeah, I think
wow,
mine's delayed then because my count is still at 6.
oh, yeah. You'd think that they would try and track it based on like the address of where the view is coming from, not just the number of requests that are coming in.
Yeah,
Well, then I suppose that might be much more intensive for them to count.
another
I'll
kind of
close those tabs down.
another weird YouTube quirk is um your total view count isn't just unique viewers. Like if you watch a video several times, each of those views counts towards the total number, including against yourself. So like if you open and close your own video several times, that does count towards your total view count,
Yeah, I've experienced that.
which is weird. Like I don't know, you watching your own video shouldn't count towards multiple views. I mean, it can count as one, sure. There we go. It just popped up to 8 concurrent viewers.
On my end, it's gone down to 7 now. So I'm now beginning to question, did it actually work, or did 2 people join at the same time that I opened up those tabs?
Yeah.
If you are those 2 people that joined up, then comment in the chat, give us engagement, and also tell me that I'm wrong. Oh, no. Um, and for that matter, whoever else is watching besides Penda, because Penda's already chatting, say something in the chat, engage, give me something to talk about.
Yes.
We want to become famous. We want to, reach 1 million subs. Be the next Markiplier.
Oh. I've completed all the tasks in this reading. Okay, that was the very last one. Fair enough.
You know what? I never knew that you could see the tasks there. That seems to be so much easier than what I was doing and trying to search through the task list on the map.
Yeah, no, I kind of forget that this is here sometimes, to be fair. Yeah, it shows you the stats for each region. Vehicles, watchtowers, and upgrades found. And your mission completion rate. Yeah. As you can see, I have not played multiplayer that much. 14 sessions.
I mean, I had offered before to try and help you with your mission to complete regions, but um, I have a feeling that I would cause more problems than I would solve by just ditching things.
No, you wouldn't cause problems. It's all fun.
It's a challenge then.
Oh no.
Where's my $700,000 gone? Oh, I don't know. There's just like 7 trucks over there.
That would be interesting if there was like a game mode you could set up where all the players have a shared pool of money
Mm.
and it was like finite. I think that would be good.
I'm assuming that um, that pool of money that you have in your account, whatever you want to call it. Um, I'm assuming that if I joined into your game, that I would be using that and not my own money, right?
No, you do use your own.
Really?
Yep. And it's
Huh.
kind of a cool thing. Like, for example, if we're in a game together, um, the progress is based on whose game you're joining.
Yeah.
Um, so if I were to join your game, I would keep all my progress, all my vehicles, and upgrades and money. Um, However, any additional quests that we complete, we both get the reward for that, like the money, which is kind of
That's good,
cool.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Uh, pe-
Snowrunner is also cross-platform.
yeah. Which needs to be a standard at this point.
Yeah.
Panda said, "Honey, where is my super soup?"
Yeah, pretty much. Excuse me. Been tired today.
I've actually slept way too much today, in my opinion. Which may have something to do with the fact that I was up until like 5 a.m. today.
I wasn't much better. I was up until 3:30 my time, which I was up at 8, so it's like
Hmm.
what, 5 hours of sleep, something like that. I can normally sleep for a while, but I don't know why, but I tend to not get restful sleep.
A problem that I've had is that I can sort of nap and doze for half an hour at a time, but I can't have a continuous 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. Not in the heat, at least.
No.
I enjoyed it over winter this year when we got some particularly cold nights because I usually leave my window open, so I had sub-zero air coming in and sort of flowing over my head because of the windowsill and the curtains I had. Um, and I'd wrap my body up. I'd be under the quilt and bundled up a bit, but my head would be exposed, and just having that nice sort of freezing air washing over my head just felt so good, and I did get some really good sleep from that.
Uh, One thing I kind of suffer from, it drives me crazy, is I tend to sweat a lot. So it can kind of ruin being out and about doing things.
Yeah, but I have the same problem. I a couple of years ago purchased a couple of um, I don't actually know what you call them. I call them neck scarves, the kind of thing you'd use when you're cycling or something, so you can lift them up over your face and nose to prevent bugs from getting in, or you can wear them as like a headband. I sometimes wear them as like uh, like a bandana or something. Yeah, going over the head entirely. Um, Almost makes me look a bit like a pirate. Um, but they're very useful for keeping the sun off my head, and if I'm going exercising, I can just wear them as a headband for a sweatband. Um, but Friday, just gone, um, I was out and about with family, and it was the hottest day of the year so far. Um, at least that I've experienced. Um, we've been walking around in the sun in the middle of a city, which is even hotter than normal. And then once we got back home, I then went out again to meet a new friend and go for a short hike. Um, by the time we finished all of that, my headband had reached maximum saturation, and I had to physically wring it out. It's not necessarily the most pretty picture I paint there, but it is just. I find it entertaining just how much sweat I can release.
One of the things I hate most about sweating is if I wake up during the night and I have sweated like along my neck, or my head has sweated like onto my shirt. I hate that the most.
Yeah.
Because I'll do that during the winter. Even when it's cold, if I have a blanket that's too thick, like too warm.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to get told that I had to have a thick blanket and such during winter. Um, and that the blanket I have is, too thin, it's not the right TOG rating or whatever they call it. But there've been times when I've gone, you know what, just give me a throw, or even the quilt without a quilt in it, just a quilt cover. I'll use that, and that's enough.
Um, did I show you... I think I showed you the pictures of a convention I went to a few years ago, right? A furry-con?
Yes, I think you did. Don't ask me to try and recall what was in it, because right now I can't think of what it was, but I do vaguely recall something like that.
Yeah, it was, so it was the year that Krypha moved in with us, which was 2023, I believe.
Mhm.
And Krypha and I went to it was at least my first furry convention. And it was in January, I believe. Or no, it was in, like March or April, somewhere around there. And,
Yeah.
it was really nice. We had to drive up to Maine, so it was about a 3-hour drive. Not too bad. And the temperature was actually pretty nice the whole time. But the hotel that it was in, I don't know why, still had heating on the entire time. So I was just a sweating mess, and it did hurt the enjoyment quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't understand what it is with society as a whole, because obviously not not everywhere does this, but it seems like the common understanding is that everyone wants it as warm as possible so they can wear as little as possible.
I just
when
felt
it
bad
should
for
be
the
the
fursuit people.
Yeah, I think it should be the other way around, especially in conventions like that where you have people dressed up in fursuits. It should be as cold as possible as you can make it, so people are encouraged to dress warm. Because it's easy to take things off if you're too warm. Sorry, it's easy to put things on if you're too cold, but it's not so easy to take things off if you're too warm. Because at a certain point, you just can't cool down. I think I got that right around. I know what I mean, at least.
Yeah. Like, I understand why they technically had the heat on, because it was still, I guess, technically winter, but that late in the season, it is not freezing anymore. Like, I think in Celsius it would have been about 18 degrees. So, like, it's really not cold, it's actually quite pleasant outside.
That's hot. To me, that's still hot.
Yeah, that's
My
about
comfortable
65
temperature
degrees
is
Fahrenheit.
between yeah, my comfortable temperature is between 0 and like 8 degrees Celsius. Um, if it gets colder, it's not that I get cold per se. It's just at that point I need to be aware to, wear something a bit more sensible. But between 0 and 8, I'm comfortable and I don't have to worry about overheating. If it gets warmer than that, then I need to be careful about what I wear because I will start overheating and sweating just by sitting down.
You would get along with Krypha. He likes it freezing cold.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it cold, but to me, like 60 degrees Fahrenheit um, is like the best temperature.
I imagine Cork and I are somewhat similar then, where we just kick out a load of heat ourselves. I am kind of a furnace.
Actually, no. Uh, he likes it very cold because then he can get warm and cozy. It's actually a common complaint he makes. If he stands still too long, he starts getting very cold.
Monkey says the cold gives Silver an extra reason to ask for hugs from Cryther. And
Oh, I
yeah,
don't
that's
ask, I
no,
just do.
but it's another good reason for the cold.
Yes.
It makes those kind of requests, demands, or um, trying to think of the right word for it, um, events. It just makes them better. It's always nicer to, cuddle in the cold. Also, hi, Monkey Thief, I should say.
Yes, hello, Monkey Thief.
He says, Silver said he takes them. A true pirate indeed. Yeah, take what you can and give nothing back. Oh, did you get beached?
Yeah, it was just easier to recover.
Mm. So how are you on this day, Monkey Thief? Have you been up to any mischief? Have you had fun? Are you enjoying the weather?
Yeah, Monkey Thief, are you?
Tell us. Just finished work. Today has been incredibly hot. Yeah, today is very hot all over, it seems. I
Actually,
assume
today
that
it's
you're
been
back home
pleasant.
now. I'm assuming
Humid.
that
Sorry.
that's fine. I'm assuming you're back home now, so hopefully you're in a bit more of an air-conditioned location. So enjoy the less hot. Also, congratulations on finishing work. Are you trying to pick up a house?
It's a cabin. So
Uh-huh.
I've had problems with this mission before, or this quest before, where sometimes it doesn't want to accept. these cabins.
Are you needing to pick them up from there, or they're supposed to be delivered there?
They're supposed to be delivered there, but the game just doesn't seem to recognize them for some reason.
Hmm.
I mean, maybe it does. Yeah. How many do I have there? 1, 2,
7
3,
by the
4,
looks of it.
5, 6. Yeah, and the game seems to only recognize 6 of them.
You'd think it would remove them once you drop them off as well, so you've got space to put the rest in, because it says you want 15. I
Yeah,
don't know how
that
you're
is
going
a
to fit
lot for
15
there.
in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
My only guess as to why one of them isn't detected is that one of them is slightly outside of the zone, like it's at a slight angle, so one of the corners is out.
Yeah,
But
it might be this one.
yeah, but honestly, it should be more lenient than that.
It was that.
Oh, yeah, I just saw it pop up. But I can't see how you're going to fit another 8 in there. Because you've already got 7, and there's only space for like 6 deep on each side. So you're gonna have to like stack them on the roof or something.
Yeah, it is really weird. I wonder if this is like a bug. Because this is an older region than like a couple of years
Yeah,
ago.
yeah, it looks like 3
I
deep is
could
about
fit maybe 5
halfway.
more.
Yeah, yeah, 6 on each side. But you can't double stack them at all. And they do go quite close to the edge on all sides, so it's not like you can rotate them to fit more in. Yeah, that seems very weird.
And at least with, um, so you know how when you make a delivery, there's a menu and it shows you the cargo you have in your vehicle, and you just hit A to like drop off, essentially.
Yeah, to offload and deliver it.
Um, so the weird ones that I was doing earlier, where I needed a crane to actually manually offload them, as soon as I
Hmm.
put the item in the zone, the button prompt then appeared to say, press X to look at cargo to quote unquote accept it, uh,
Yeah.
for the game to complete it. That's what I would imagine would happen with these, um, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird. I would assume it's not anything to do with your vehicle.
No,
Like you're in
because
the wrong vehicle or something.
this vehicle was added for this specifically.
Yeah.
Like this is the only job this forklift has. Um, I need to get planks. Should I forget where to get? Um,
Well, yeah, there was a trailer in this game as well that allowed you to manufacture things on site.
um, kind of. There's the generator trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So certain facilities will require power, and you need to bring that in order to actually start crafting stuff. This
Well, the
one doesn't need
description
it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the description of the trailer is something different. It says that it'll consume fuel to create resources on site. Um, so the implication being that you don't have to go and find wood. You just convert fuel into wood or something, or into concrete.
Um,
Which,
it's a bit of both.
mm,
Depending on the map and depending on the site itself, some will just consume fuel to turn it into something else, but some places will require you to bring multiple resources, and then it
yeah,
conserves consumes fuel to then turn those materials into something else.
I see.
Yeah. Normally it's having to do with making steel products or concrete products.
Mm.
Okay, so none of these places have wooden planks. Um, I'll have to go to the other map, I think.
Yeah, I
Um,
wish the map had a resource view, so you didn't have to click through all of the buildings to see which ones gave what resources, and instead you had a resources list that showed you what's available in that zone, and then you click on the resource, and it like locates all the buildings and such that give that resource.
yeah, it does get pretty awkward. So I had to do one of these quests before, and uh, I had to deliver cabins like I have done here to another location on this map. And I'm kind of thinking in my head, I wonder if I take one from another location, if that'll still count. Because the game never deleted them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that could work.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go try, just see what happens.
Yeah. The worst thing that can happen is you just waste a little bit of time.
hmm What are you up to now, Monkey Thief? Playing some Rise? Oh, nice.
Eve is heating up the faux broth he made a few days ago for eating. What else would you do with faux broth?
Um, I'm not sure. I'm guessing he means he's making the actual, like, meal.
I mean, I
Unless
know
there
obviously
is just...
I'm being a bit pedantic. Making faux broth to varnish the sofa or defrost the window on the vehicle or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's your cabins.
I wonder if these count. It's like a shared location. That might be the thing.
Yeah, that could be it, actually. Although, if it was, then surely these would also be counted in the total.
Yeah.
Because there's 2 here, I think, that I can see. And there were 7 in the other one, so there should be 9. I can't wait for the residents to complain that some of their buildings are all jacked up and slanted because of your lack of care. Where is a hat? He says they made it 2 days ago, let it sit in the fridge overnight, let the fat congeal, removed it, and they're reheating and finishing the flavouring to make a bowl. That is a lot more of an in-depth process than I ever do for any of my meals. It's mix some things together, stick it in the microwave, there's my food.
You don't enjoy cooking?
Personally, no, not really. I mean, I do cook on occasion, but it's usually very simple stuff like pasta bakes and stuff. I've never found the act of cooking enjoyable, and it's usually a lot more hassle than I found it worth.
I'm kind of the same way. I like the idea of cooking, but then when I do it, some stuff is so complicated that it's just... I can't be bothered.
Yeah. Yeah, that cabin's going to be nice and airy. It's going to have holes in the walls.
I mean, maybe they should have delivered it themselves.
Stick a postage stamp on it and wait for next day delivery.
I mean, if I could put it on the roof of the building, I would.
Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure that might be the only way to fix this problem, is by putting these on top of the roof. I don't know whether these things extend infinitely high.
I don't know. That's a good question.
The original Doom engine, even though you have like vertical objects, like you can have stairs and you can go up and down, you can't go underneath or above pathway. You can't have 2 different levels at the same horizontal location because the game engine isn't designed for it. As a result, while there are hitboxes for enemies that have heights, so let's say an imp has a certain number of units height, so you could theoretically jump on top of them and sort of surf over them like they're a solid object. Explosions have infinite height, so if you hit a wall that is, several hundred units above an enemy, the explosion, even though it's nowhere near them, will extend down infinitely and still hit the enemy.
I see.
Just some random trivia for you.
Yeah.
It hasn't registered that cabin yet.
I think it's because it's sticking out slightly.
Yeah. I've never seen a target zone so finicky and precise, though. Like, you can just be a single wheel into a pickup zone, and it's like, yeah, you can do anything you want.
That did count 8.
Oh.
Um,
But still
now,
no way to submit them.
no.
Yeah, if you were doing this, try and get all 15 in there, you would need to be able to fit 8 on one half of this. And then the other side would have one less. And it's already a struggle to fit 6 on. 5 fits, but 6 might be a push. So I had a quick Google because I thought I might as well. The factory reservoir 15 cabin issue in the Snowrunner Reddit. It's a very frustrating mission to fit 15 cabins on one fucking platform. Has anybody solved this yet? The highest rated response is it's a bug. It should only be 3. The devs are aware of this issue. Hopefully, it'll be patched soon. That was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Um,
The devs, unfortunately, are notorious for not fixing these kinds of things in this game.
yeah. Very late, 3 years ago. But if anyone is still having an issue with this, just start it, immediately restart it, and it'll go down from 15 to 3. So that might work.
I mean, I could just restart the mission, which is annoying, but I can do that.
It might be worth a try. The only other solution that's been given here so far is to put the final 3 cabins on the roof, but you have to tilt them, and you'll need like simultaneous crane jibs to hold them in place until all 3 are registered, and then it will complete, because it will complete if there are 15 in there. But that's the only way to get 15 on that zone. So
Hmm.
I don't know which you would find easier.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just restart it. That'll be a lot easier.
I'm hoping that restarting fixes it so you only have to deliver 3. In
Yeah,
fact,
there you go.
actually,
Now it says cabins 2.
2. Okay.
Well, there's a lot here. Oh, I have to
But none
go
of
into
them.
the other location. But sure, that's fine.
Well, you've got some that you can use at least.
Yeah, this one is literally on.
It is unfortunate that you have to re-deliver all of those basic resources, but I feel like that does save you time trying to fuck around with cabins.
Yeah. I kind of wish you could strap stuff down when it's on a forklift like this. Like,
Yeah,
I don't think that's a realistic thing, but it would be nice in this.
usually stuff that gets picked up by forklifts um, as a standard thing have those hollow uh, square profile steel tube things
Hmm.
so that the tines of the forklifts will go into them and keep them relatively secure in there. Yeah, a bit like a pallet has those slots in them for the forklift. So, considering these cabins are designed to be moved by forklifts, you'd think they'll just have those two things in there, so it gives you a nice lock-in for it.
Yeah.
But that would make too much sense.
Uh, sorry, Monkey Thief. I did read your message. I just forgot to read it out loud. I love cooking. It's one of my passions. Yes, I'd totally make Silver and Fifa a huge homemade breakfast meal. Well, if we ever get to
Oh,
meet up, I'll take your word for it.
what about me though? I
What
like
about you?
breakfast. Oh.
I'm joking, obviously. Same. Breakfast is at least my favorite uh, category of food.
If there's ever an option for like a cooked or fried breakfast at like a cafe or restaurant of some kind, I almost always go for it. Sausages, bacon, beans, toast slash bread or fried bread, um, and all the other bits. Just yes, get that in me right now. It's amazing. I've actually been meaning to try black pudding again recently. I tried some when I was a kid and I wasn't too fond of it. But it's been probably 20 years now since I've tried it, so I think my taste might have changed, but I've not found a good excuse to have any.
My favorite breakfast is like Belgian waffles, French toast, pancakes, that kind of thing.
Ooh, sweet stuff.
Yeah. Um,
You would love the Netherlands.
there's a type of Belgian waffle that I do not like, and it's essentially candied.
Right?
Um, like you can find them like shelf stable, and they'll be like individually wrapped, and it looks like someone has like cut the edges off. And the thing I don't like about those particular ones is they've essentially been caramelized with sugar, but the sugar is still crunchy, and that kind of ruins it for me.
Yeah, I can't imagine having a
I don't like
crunchy
chewing
pancake.
sugar,
Yeah,
and
I
also
think
the
you'd.
batter they use tends to be more gritty, just by nature. I prefer the
Hmm,
Belgian waffles that use just like a pancake batter type consistency.
that's fair. I'm
Um,
guessing then that you don't like hard candies.
I do like hard candy.
Oh,
I also like fried breakfast potatoes.
yes, like
Um,
hash browns and stuff.
yes, hash browns and home fries. Although home fries can be either deep fried potatoes or potatoes just like lightly fried in a skillet. Do you like eggs?
I love eggs.
Uh, I don't mind scrambled eggs. But like a fried egg, I'm not crazy about. It's like both a taste thing and like a texture thing, I think.
I really enjoy fried egg sandwiches, or
Yeah.
as they sometimes go and refer to in the UK as egg banjos for some reason. Um, Especially if they're sunny side up, because then you're eating the sandwich and you'll bite into the yolk and then it just starts drooling everywhere.
Gotcha.
I know that some people find that quite a unappetizing thing, and fair enough. But for me, just the flavor of the yolk and just having it seep into the bread, it's like, oh yes.
Unfortunately, uh, Krypha loves eggs, but he is allergic to them.
Oh, that's a real shame. That is.
Yeah, and it's an allergy he got later in life too, which
Yeah,
sucks even more.
yeah. Egg is one of those things that appears in a surprising number of cooked products as well.
If it's cooked in something, he's normally fine. Um, it's just eggs by themselves, or products, for example, like a mayonnaise.
Yeah,
It it won't set him off, but if he has too much of it, it could.
yeah. It sort of upsets him.
Yeah,
As far as I'm aware, I'm not allergic to anything. Um,
same
but
here.
I have. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so you know what a Battenberg cake is?
Nope.
No? Oh, okay. That makes it a bit more difficult to explain. There's a brand called Mr. Kipling in the UK. I don't know whether it's a brand in America either. Um, but they make a variety of different cakes and stuff. And a Battenberg cake is basically um, a sort of it's a square of sponge that's broken into four individual squares, usually pink and yellow. It's got a 2 by 2 grid basically. Um, they form this cuboid shape. They're joined with a bit of jam, and it's wrapped around with oh, what's it called? It's it's that like nutty um, stuff that you find on cakes. Um, Marzipan, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's got a wrap of marzipan around it as well, and then it's usually dusted with sugar just because it's not sweet enough already. Um, so a regular Battenberg cake would be like you could hold it in your hand, or you'd have to use both hands to wrap around like the girth of it, shall we say. Mr. Kipling, the brand, makes mini versions of those, like basically finger food size things. And they're really small. If I have a pack of those, there's 5 mini Battenberg cakes in a pack. And if I have one, I'm okay. If I have two, I have some cold sweats and like a little flush started to appear. If I have three or more, I start absolutely drenching in sweat. I don't feel ill per se. I don't feel like I'm gonna throw up or anything like that. But it just super, super affects me, um, like nothing else does, and I've no idea what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that would be. As far as I'm aware, I'm not allergic to anything. At least I've never had that a reaction to something.
Hmm. Fingers crossed it stays that way.
Yeah.
been tempted to get that trailer add-on, that large red crane, for a few things in the past. Um, and I think I used it specifically for moving logs or something like that.
Hmm.
Um, but I just never found a particularly good use for it.
The red crane.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you don't need the cranes too often.
mm,
It'll mostly be for like getting cargo that's kind of like fallen, like as part of a mission, and you can't
yeah.
reach
I,
it.
I did actually find out that the reach for even the basic yellow crane on a like that really small one can reach down a cliff and pick something up from miles below, which really made my life easier at one point. Monkey Thief says that they have a Belgian waffle maker,
Yeah,
and
we
the
have one too.
Belgian
They're
waffles,
really good.
yeah. We do not have such luxuries here. We don't have a waffle maker. We have a rice maker that we've relegated to living in the cupboard because it's absolutely terrible.
We want to get a rice maker. Um, but yeah, we don't have one. A bread maker would be
We've
fun too.
mm, we've reverted to cooking our rice. I say rice maker, rice cooker, I should have said. We've reverted to cooking our rice in just a regular saucepan again, because the rice cooker that we got, we thought it was supposed to be okay. You put your rice in, you put a bit of water in, close it, and just leave it, and it'll automatically cook, and be great, as people have told me. But instead, it will just burn the rice on the edge, so you have a layer of like burnt and crispy rice on the outside, and then the stuff in the middle isn't even cooked properly. We don't know what we're doing wrong, but we don't think we're doing anything wrong because we're following the instructions as they've been written out in the booklet.
Yeah, that is a weird one. I've never heard of a rice cooker burning rice.
So yeah,
You
we just
could
do it
just
in
have a
the
faulty
saucepan
one.
now. It's possible we have a 41, but we just do it in the saucepan now. We, you know, measure a depth of rice and then a depth of water, um, and stick it on the hob for some number of minutes, and then when it looks about done, it's done.
Uh, a thing that we have, I don't know if other places have it, is here in the US you can buy, um, it, it's bags of rice that come in a box, and the bag has loads of holes in it, and you just throw the bag into a pot of water and essentially boil it.
That's interesting. Why would you need that?
I don't know, but it is a thing, and that's normally how my mom makes rice.
Because at some point you're going to open the bag to get the rice out.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think
why
the
would you?
idea is so you can just empty the bag directly into the serving dish. I don't know,
Hmm.
to tell you.
Yeah, that one seems unusual to me, but maybe it avoids having to strain the rice or something.
I think so. I think that's all it's skipping.
Yeah, maybe it is just a bad rice maker, Monkey Thief. I suppose we didn't like look for, the best ones on the market. We just got a relatively simple one. It wasn't necessarily the cheapest one. Um,
I think you guys
but
just got unlucky.
yeah.
I
Or the
don't think
idea
you're,
being
you're
that it
doing
should
anything
just
wrong.
it should just make making rice easy. Like you can just pop it in and go. You don't have to monitor it. But it just caused us so many problems. It made clean up even harder.
Is breakfast expensive generally in the UK? Like to go out to eat?
Um, I wouldn't say so.
Because here
Generally,
breakfast has become really expensive.
hmm.
Uh, for example, a plate of like 2 or 3 pancakes or like a Belgian waffle is on average about $10 now.
Jesus.
Yeah.
No, that would be like a full English breakfast here would be maybe £10 or £12. But you get like a big plate of stuff. It depends where you go, of course. Some will charge a lot more for a lot less, depending on how posh they are. But really, if you're wanting a good breakfast, you don't go to a posh place. You go to an old English place because they'll give you a plate of decent food, but plenty of it.
Like for example, a couple slices of like American style bacon regularly are about $5 or $6.
Yeah, that's mad to me.
Yeah, when my mom and I went out to breakfast just one morning, on the day back from the disaster vacation, including a tip in it, tipping, it cost us $50.
That doesn't, like, I can't process why that would cost so much. I mean, admittedly, eating out anywhere will cost more than necessary. But, even getting like a breakfast bacon sandwich of some kind really shouldn't cost you more than an hour's worth of work. Because, minimum wage in the US was what, $7? So if like the bacon bit was about $6 or something along those lines, you'd have to work for an hour to earn that sandwich. That does not make sense.
Well, well, here in my state, the minimum wage is $15 an hour.
Okay, so half an hour for a sandwich. That still feels a bit expensive to me.
Oh no, that's very, very expensive. But unfortunately, that's not uncommon. That's kind of become the standard.
Hmm. Oh, also, hi, Hassan.
Hello.
I'm assuming WSG stands for What's Up, Guys.
I'm not down with the kids in their lingo, but I'll take your word for it.
It's the first thing that comes to mind. I am good. Silver is also good, I believe.
We don't have Waffle House up here. Waffle House is more of a southern thing.
Do you have IHOP there?
Yes, IHOP is one of my favorites.
Do
Mostly
you have... Oh, sorry, carry on.
mostly because they consistently will make like a good waffle, generally.
Do you have the goth IHOP though?
No. I wish.
Oh. The special edition IHOP.
You know how
goth
much I would
version.
unironically love a femboy Hooters?
Yeah, I would love it too. I mean, some people have complained, I've seen complaints saying that, oh no, that's objectification and things like that. And I think, have you not seen Hooters already?
You know strip clubs exist, right?
Yeah.
And
I mean,
the people who work there are aware of that. But
yeah,
they're
it's
kind of
not
into
forced.
it too. Yeah. I mean, the people who work there wouldn't work there if they didn't get some sort of enjoyment out of it.
Yeah. If only there was a similar place that I could work that, like Hooters or such, but it was for people with dad bods or like bears.
Is that what you consider your body type to be?
Yeah, I do want to lose some weight, but I have difficulty with that because when I exercise, I pass out quite literally.
Oh
I
no.
black out for like a couple of minutes at a time.
I'm guessing you've talked to your doctor about that.
I want to talk to my doctor about that, but that would require me being able to get in contact with my doctor. It's been 6 years, I think, since I last saw my GP. No, actually, no, it has to be longer than that. 8 years. since I saw my GP, and that was before I moved to where I currently live now. Um, since I've moved here, I've signed up with a new GP, and I've been trying to make appointments, and it's impossible. Like, you just cannot get an appointment to save your life.
I have
Um,
heard that um, the National Health Service in the UK, it takes a long time to get an appointment.
yeah, the service keeps on getting gutted and gets funding cuts constantly. And then the politicians say, "Oh, look how bad the service is." Yes, because you've made it bad. I support the NHS, the National Health Service, and I think it should be much better funded. But I still complain about it because of the situation it is currently in. It's not me complaining that the NHS is a problem in of itself. Just to be clear.
Yeah, yeah. Um, uh, I have another friend um, that lives in the UK. They live in Wales, and
Hmm.
they are trans, and they only just finally got their actual like surgery for it, and they've been waiting for it for years.
Yeah, fortunately, being trans in the UK is still like, um, not shunned. So we've got that going for us, I suppose. I just wish it was more widely accepted and adopted because we still have absolutely horrible groups like, I think it's EDL, English Defence League, and they absolutely hate foreigners, they hate trans, they hate the gays, they hate any LGBT stuff. And they've had little marches and gatherings over the past couple of years, and they're just horrible people.
Yeah, I'm sure you're aware of how divisive politics have become in the United States over the
Yeah,
last decade. That has essentially become the right wing in America.
yeah.
Like, I'm not saying the left wing is not doesn't have its own problems. It very much does. A lot of corruption.
Yeah, I mean, from what
And
I understand, the left wing per se is at best center.
yes,
It's not actually left.
yeah. Unfortunately, what progressives we have in the country oftentimes get um, priced out of running, and so there's so many lobbyists and funding that the centrists and right wing have. It's just very difficult. I mean, I have. I'm fortunate to live in the state I do, which is one of, if not the most progressive state in the country. So I have kind of lucked out, but most
Yeah.
Americans can't say the same. And
I
my
am
state
actually
is
surprised.
not free of corruption, like, just to be
Oh, yeah.
clear.
I don't think any of them are.
No.
But I'm surprised that I haven't heard of more Americans actually trying to flee America at this point. Because
Americans
in
don't
some,
have enough money. That's
y-
basically it.
yeah, because in some states, the amount that they're pulling back protections and human rights and stuff, I'm feeling like some people are just going to be hunted sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and it kind of already is happening. Like, I think it's, uh, the majority of Americans couldn't afford a sudden, like, $300 medical bill if it were to happen.
Yeah,
Uh, so you've probably heard of Medicare and Medicaid
yeah,
slash Obamacare.
yeah,
Um, so that actually came originally from my state. My state created a health insurance program called Mass Health. Medicare, Medicaid slash Obamacare is essentially that, just a very worse version of it. My healthcare is fully free
As
using
it should be.
Mass Health. There are some costs, but it's very minimal. Because I'm low income, my medicines are free. But if I did have to pay, it wouldn't be more than $3.25 a bottle. And I also have dental, and vision included, which most insurances don't cover.
Which,
The
to me, is crazy. Like, if you want to be able to be productive members of society, don't make them pay for life-saving medication, for medication that enables them to function on a daily basis, or for health considerations such as, dental, eyesight, etc., that enable them to be productive members of society. That's just common sense.
But money.
Yeah, but you lose money long term. And so many politicians are just short-term thinkers.
Yeah.
How can I, scrape out the most amount of money in like the next 2 years so I can run away?
So the only catches with mass health is, at least when it comes to dental and vision, you have to find a dentist that accepts it, and that can be the tricky part.
Yeah,
Because my state doesn't require all dentists to take it, which I think they should. I think they should have a thing where if you want to operate in the state, you have to accept this insurance. But that's currently not a thing.
yeah. I imagine it also means that they technically get paid less, even though
Yeah,
they're getting paid by the government. It's just a lower cut they get.
yeah, it's still a fair amount, but yeah, because they're not being paid as much as a private health insurance company,
Yeah,
a lot of dentists won't accept it.
I mean, I actually go to a private dentist just because my experience with the NHS dentists have not been great. Um, Again, it's not a problem with the NHS specifically. It's just because of the funding issues, they can't afford to give the care that someone wants. They give the care that they can afford, as the NHS or the institution itself, which means that you'll often get sub-ideal fixes and such.
I actually have a pretty bad phobia of the dentist.
I mean, it's fair. A lot of people do.
Yeah, so like finding the right dentist is really important for me. Like it's a really big deal. I didn't go for years because of my phobia, you know. I finally started going a few years ago, and I got a lot of teeth work done, so I'm glad to have done that. I will need more eventually in the future, but I'm kind of putting it off if I can, which I know isn't great.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like eyesight. You put it off because I can see your part of dentistry work. Oh, I'm not in pain right now. It's fine. It can get fixed later. But the longer you leave it, the worse it compounds. Monkey Thief says you'll see the Shark Dentist game trailer. I have not, but I am
haven't
immediately
either.
interested.
Yeah, that sounds
Please
like
tell
fun.
me more. Could you imagine being a shark dentist? Other than the fact that sharks just replace their teeth naturally, they have like multiple rows of teeth. So a single operation would just be like cash constantly.
If I could, like, have like, if I could modify like the genes or the DNA of humans, I would add the ability for teeth to grow back.
Yeah, so like every I don't know, let's say 10 years or something, you get a new set of teeth come through.
Yeah, like
you just have to deal with the whole, your original teeth fall out again, like when you're a
Yeah,
kid.
I'd be willing to put up with growing pain for
Hmm.
a couple weeks if it meant I could get new teeth regularly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, either that or make it so that enamel can actually regrow somehow. I don't know how that would work because enamel is not a living substance. It's a dead substance like nail. Um, so I suppose that would be like your teeth would have to sort of grow from the inside out, and they would shed the outer layers of enamel, which would then lead to fatigue and cracking. It might not work, but regenerating teeth would be nice.
Yeah. Um, I had to get a bunch of teeth pulled when I finally started seeing the dentist, which I knew was going to happen, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, teeth implants are not covered, and they are very expensive.
Yeah.
Like, it's a couple thousand each.
Yeah, they're very expensive. Technically, it's cheaper to go to Spain and get that done. My mom lives in Spain, and she was saying how cheap her implants were. I could
Is the
fly
quality
to Spain.
good?
Yeah, you can get a private dentist there, and the quality is very good, and you're taken care of. Again, this is anecdotal because it's not me that's done this; it's my mom. But I could fly to Spain, get a hotel, and stay there for the whole full recovery and full process, and then come back, and it will cost less than doing a private here. And I imagine it'll probably be cheaper than the US as well. And you get a nice holiday.
Yeah. So I take it then implants are not covered by the NHS?
No, there would have to be some good medical reason why you require them implant. And even then, you probably have to pay some kind of top-up cost. But implants, even going private here, are still very expensive. Like they can be up to 1,000 or something.
What I would have to get here is like dentures or something. Like that is what would be covered. If it's a life-threatening thing, they will absolutely do it. And the only major thing dental that they will not cover is cosmetic, which is fair enough, like teeth whitening.
Yeah. I mean, I get why people want teeth whitening, and in some cases it can be quite a major confidence boost thing. But people that get it done regularly just to have the whitest teeth possible look really weird to me.
Unfortunately, yeah. They can be. So when I first started seeing the dentist again, because I have such bad anxiety, I wanted to find one that could, like, sedate me, like, properly while doing the work. And one of the dentists I found, right, to pull, I think it was like 2 or 3 teeth, or not even, it was to do a couple of root canals, like 2, and then put caps on, would have been $8,000.
Yes.
Yeah, and when I told another dentist that, they were like actually shocked. Like, no. Like, yeah, it can be expensive, but that's like absurd, even for like a dentist standard. Yeah. And then sedation alone would have been $1,000. So. Because there are places here in the U.S. that they'll sedate you, like, I think it's called twilight sedation. Or
Yeah, you're not quite
intravenous.
under entirely, but
Yeah.
you're loopy.
Yeah, from your perspective, you have fallen asleep, but in reality, you aren't. It basically just blocks your memory. It's intravenous. It's like an IV.
Yeah.
And I experienced it for the first time last year, and it was actually pretty good. Like, I don't remember anything. I just remember, like, feeling sleepy and then just waking up when it was done. Because I had to get my wisdom teeth removed.
Yeah. I've still got one of those to get.
Yeah, I was having crowding problems with them. But there are places here in the US that will do all of, well, as much as they can, of your teeth work in one go while you're unconscious.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted, but unfortunately, none of the places that I found that would do that were covered by Mass Health. You'd have to do private insurance.
Which is silly, because you'd think doing it all in one go is cheaper.
And better for the client, because it means less visits, and yeah, but...
It might be a bit more miserable for the individual event and, like, the recovery time, because, you know, you have a bigger whatever it is, but only having to do it once is such a nice thing. When I went to the dentist, I had to have some teeth pulled. And I could have had them done, you know, one at a time, recover from it, and then just sort of iteratively go through. But I said, no, get it all done in one go. Otherwise, I'm going to get cold feet and not want to do it. And it meant that I had to get loads of stitches on my gums and things like that. And it took 2 or 3 weeks for me to heal to the point where I could actually go back to work. But it was so much better in the long run.
If I could afford it financially, I would go that route. Like, go to one of these dentists that would do all the work while I'm unconscious. If I ever make it big, maybe I will. But probably not.
Yeah, I wasn't unconscious for it. I just had a bunch of local anesthetic. They basically numbed the entirety of my upper jaw.
Yeah, it's a bit of everything for me when it, like, why I don't like the dentist. It's the noises, the smells, the vibrations and feelings from the tools. I also gag very easily, so
Yeah.
that makes it very unpleasant. That's why I'd rather just knock me out, please. And it'll be better for you and me.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I did have a couple of opportunities. Most recently, when I was in university, one of my lecturers basically said that they wanted me to go to a couple of like conventions and things, specifically for computer science, and you know, basically get a bit of networking in, learn some other things, get some exposure. And while I was interested in doing the conventions, I was not interested in going to the US. And I said that I'd be willing to do it literally anywhere else. This had only been about 4 or 5 years ago. And it might not have been as bad back then, but I was still not comfortable going to the US because I felt like it's a health risk going.
You mean like an actual safety standpoint?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel safe.
I feel like that as an American, but it depends on where you go. most of the U.S. is safe, um, but I know what you mean. There are certain
Yeah.
states I would rather avoid. Like, I just don't really like the southern states, if I'm perfectly honest. Especially as, like, a gay person.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel safe.
There are times when I think, why can't we just take all the bigots of the world, all the people that, don't want LGBTQ people to exist, and say, okay, look, you clearly don't like us, we don't like you. Why don't we just arrange it so we split the country in half, or split the world in half? You can have one half of it, we'll have the other half, and never the twain shall we communicate or meet. Okay, we'll build that wall around the thing. You can have that side, we'll have this side, and then, you know what? If your side happens to prosper, great. Go nuts. Great for you. But I doubt it will. Our side, where we're compassionate and care about people, we're probably going to get along quite well.
Yeah. Like, I've never really heard people talk about this, but I personally think the United States is too big as one country. Because each
Too diverse.
state... Well, not just that, just actually too many states. Because each state is essentially its own country. It's... Each state kind of can make most of its own rules and laws and has its own government. And I think... I don't know. I feel like there's too many people to all get along all the time.
Yeah, we're trying to band-aid one simple solution to all 50 states isn't likely to work, and that's why you have so many different exceptions and differences in rulings across different states.
Like,
Again,
each
my
corner of the
understanding of
country is very different. Like, like the West Coast is very different to the Midwest, which is very different from, like, the Southeast, like, Florida region. And that's very different up here, the Northeast. If I think I would only feel comfortable living in the region I do now, which is New England. I don't really want to live anywhere else in the U.S. And for years now, I've had, like, kind of the thought in the back of my head of wanting to leave the U.S. Which sucks, because I do like where I live.
Yeah, you don't want to leave the US because of, the US itself. You want to leave because of the people in it.
The people and the lack of trust and support from the government, and the amount of egregious things that the US does and has done.
Yeah.
Like, I know, that a lot of countries do bad stuff, but that doesn't make it any better. I just don't like it a lot of the time. And with how basically corporations basically run America at this point.
Yeah, best is a corpocracy.
Yeah, and I'd rather just not have to deal with it.
Yeah.
I think the countries that I've been the most interested in would be, like, Scandinavia or Denmark or, like, that region of Europe.
Yeah, Northern Europe is very good.
I'm not saying other parts aren't good, that's just the one I've been the most interested in.
Oh yeah, I mean, comparatively, Northern Europe is the better side of Europe, from my understanding. But most of Europe is still good.
Yeah.
But I actually had a friend of mine who was a friend of mine in the UK a while ago now, like a decade ago. They were dating someone in the US, and they'd never actually met before, like online, obviously, yes, and video calls and that sort of stuff. but they never met in person. And as a group, we'd scraped together just enough cash to arrange for them to come over for a holiday for like a week or two for a flight. Unfortunately, they decided to pack literally everything they own into like 4 suitcases. So when they went through security on the UK side, security and customs pulled them aside and said, "Why do you have so much stuff for a trip that's lasting 2 weeks? This is like months worth of clothing and stuff that you don't need for a holiday." And for some reason, they told security, "I'm trying to move to the UK. I've got everything that I want to live with here." And as a result, they got kicked out straight away. They got turned around, and while we were waiting in the arrivals lounge, waiting for them to come through, and it took us an extra couple of hours to find out because they weren't allowed to communicate either. It's a real shame.
I'm guessing the reason they got rejected is because they didn't apply for like that type of visa, right?
Yeah, but they were supposed to be coming for a holiday, but they said that they were trying to live in the UK and that their intention was to just stay, when at no point was that what we intended.
Yeah.
And they're also very nervous, so they get pressured into answering things. And I'm pretty sure they understood that they weren't flying over to live here, they were flying over for a holiday, but they panicked in every possible way, in the worst possible way, by overpacking and hoping that they could just come on holiday and then not go back.
Did they eventually get to visit or no?
No. At least to my knowledge. I lost communication with them a while ago. I was a little bit disappointed though, after spending several months trying to pull together enough cash and organise the event, organise the holiday and stuff. That they did something so silly, essentially.
I think you'd be perfectly safe though, if you came at least here to New England if you ever wanted to visit us.
Yeah, probably.
It'd be fun to show you around and kind of go places.
I think I'll wait for at least another 4 years. So.
Sure.
I mean, to be honest, if I tried to fly over there now, chances are I wouldn't even get through security.
Yeah.
Or you just get deported to El Salvador.
They think you're some sort of queer commie.
Yeah, or some English mafia mob boss.
Do you got any illegals in your pocket?
No, but I have a tattoo on my arm that looks like a polyhedral dice, and clearly that means something that it doesn't.
Oh, you're a devil worshiper.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, it is actual, like, I have stopped watching the news for the past almost a year now. Like, yeah, I get bits and pieces here and there, but I've just stopped. And it's both, I care about what's going on, but there's so little I can do about it. Like, I want to just stay in my own bubble, as selfish as that sounds.
No, it's not selfish. It's exhaustion and apathy. And it's not a fault of you at all. I watch the news for America based on, what's his name? Philip DeFranco.
Mm.
That's where I get most of my US news from. Um, and the past week, I've not actually watched any videos because even I have gone. It's just punch after punch after punch, and it's making me depressed, and I'm not the one dealing with it.
Yeah. The most recent things have been with ice.
Yeah, I'm genuinely amazed that like the places where they've been putting down all their boots, that the population locally hasn't just risen up and actually detained ICE themselves. Because when you've got those protests and you have police and some of the National Guard coming out, um, I can understand not wanting to fight back against the police. But when you have ICE coming into a neighborhood and you see the neighborhood getting together to block them or to, protest back and try and force them back out, at that point, I don't think the US has it, but in the UK we have a thing called citizen's arrest, where you can basically just grab someone, restrain them under the pretense of they are breaking the law and you're waiting for law enforcement to get there. Um, and it's an old English thing, but it does still kind of have an effect. I feel like you need that for ICE at this point. People need to get together and just restrain them and disarm them, not to be aggressive, not to cause an incident, but because they don't identify themselves. They're masked up. You don't know who they are. For all intents and purposes, they are a threat to the neighborhood.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing because, as I'm sure you're well aware, police in the US are generally not trusted and can't really be trusted.
They're mostly untrained.
Um, Untrained and taught to shoot first and not ask questions. Uh,
Hmm.
and police corruption is extremely widespread. Police often are cleared of any wrongdoing and charges.
Yeah, even
Uh,
if an officer was found of wrongdoing, they just get put on administrative leave or released from one location, and then they go to another one. Like they just get a transfer to a different state or a different department.
in a lot of states too, police have diplomatic immunity,
Yeah,
meaning they cannot be charged for a crime. Just period.
which is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. That's why you hear a lot of stories about police abusing people, especially minorities, and nothing happens because a lot of the times the judges and courts are on the same side as the law
Hmm.
enforcement.
And
It
the police have a strong union as well. Like
Yes, very
weirdly,
powerful with lobbyists.
America, yeah, America being like staunchly anti-union, like corporations, no, we don't want unions. But the police, oh yeah, we want a union for them, and they're the strongest union in the world. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, uh, I to put it frank, I don't like police because of how bad they are in the United States.
No,
Um,
that's fair. That's understandable.
um, One of the problems with dealing with ICE is they are the federal government, or at least they are a part of the federal government. Um, and with the current government, they can basically be as shady as they want with no real repercussions.
Yeah.
At least my state and a couple other states are trying to pass laws, well, in their own state, to basically make face coverings on law enforcement illegal
Yeah,
as an
because there's no
attempt to
reason.
hold ICE accountable.
Yeah, because there's no reason that they should have face coverings in the first place.
Yeah, the
They,
states
I,
can't currently say whether ICE is allowed or not because it's a federal thing.
um, yeah, I remember hearing an excuse for police and ICE, etc., for wearing face coverings, saying, "Oh, if we don't do that, then people will figure out who we are, and then their families will be at risk, and they'll be doxxed and things like that." I'm thinking, yeah, but
It's
then why were
because
you
you're doing
complaining?
something wrong,
Yeah, and if
and you
that's the
know it's
case,
wrong.
then why? yeah, why were you complaining about other people wearing face masks and coverings during COVID and or in protests? Because yeah, if that's your argument, it works exactly the same way the other way around. So you're not in a position to argue.
Like I remember watching a video of this woman who was like just a young cadet learning to become a police officer in Finland. And she was just explaining the process and stuff. And to become a like full-on police officer in Finland, it's 5 years of training,
Yeah.
which I think should just be the standard. In the U.S., the average amount of time before an officer is like put on duty is about 300 to 500 hours of like learning, which is nothing. That's about 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous short period of time.
Whereas to become a licensed barber is on average 1,000 hours. Um, and with the whole ICE thing, uh, the government is intentionally sending ICE to the blue states. Because, of course, they are.
Yeah, those states are the ones that are actually paying for America, not the ones absorbing money from it and not contributing.
Yep. Blue states put more money into the government than they take.
Yeah. There are one or two that do end up taking more than they contribute, but it
Yeah.
is far outweighed by all the other states. I think California is like one of the strongest blue states,
Yes.
if I recall correctly.
Sorry to get all political, but it is a very real problem.
Yeah, I don't intend to make the stream just a political moan fest.
Yeah, but when it affects our lives, it's important.
Yeah.
So you said you want to move here, right?
Interested in setting up like a boarding house for refugees from the US.
I mean, I'd love to visit. I just don't have the money.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
I
if
don't.
it wasn't so expensive, yeah, if it wasn't so expensive to actually get a flight between the US and the UK, it would be something I'd be considering.
Yeah, and then I was like, even if I could afford the flight, I don't want you to have the burden of like paying for cost of living stuff.
Honestly, like the extra cost is minimal, like genuinely. The biggest costs are just having a house. Having more people in the house is negligible.
Yeah, I'd be worried about like using up your guys' money for like food and that kind of stuff.
Again, food can be expensive, yeah, but it wouldn't be much more expensive at all. It's again negligible.
Do you like things like zoos and aquariums?
I don't mind them. I don't usually, or I haven't really gone to any of my own volition. Um, but they can be nice to walk around.
because we have actually several. Uh, there's two. Actually, there's three aquariums that I know of here. Uh, there's the New England Aquarium in Boston, which is actually a really cool one. Um, and then there's also the Mystic Aquarium in Connecticut. And I
Psychic
find them
fish.
both a lot of fun. And there's actually quite a few zoos. That'd be fun to go to.
I think the closest zoo to us here is Dudley Zoo, and the closest aquarium is the Sea Life Centre that we actually went to this weekend.
oh, nice.
Unfortunately, the Sea Life Centre this weekend was very, very warm, even though it's indoors and you have a penguin thing there. It was still like 28, 30 degrees inside. Um, so I felt really sorry for those penguins.
Yeah.
But also, we arrived at the exact moment that a coachload of what would you call them? Uh, Elementary school kids.
Mhm.
I think that's the right age range for them. They just arrived on the school trip, and there was maybe 20 or so of them being led around by a couple of their teachers and adults. So we had a lot of screaming and shouting going on while we were trying to walk around, and that was a bit headache-inducing.
Mm.
Watching that number keeps on fluctuating quite a lot on my end.
The concurrent viewers.
Yeah, it keeps on going between like 2 and 6 or 7,
That's
like every
normal for
couple of
my
minutes.
streams.
Yeah. If you're watching now, say hi. Don't be afraid.
I know I'm scary, but QB isn't. He's really nice.
I'm a big cuddly bear.
Are you a bugbear?
No. I don't
Do you
know.
want to be?
The thing is, I don't even know what a bugbear is.
I only know of the term of one from like D&D, I think, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know what
but-
one is either.
Yeah. I think if you're going to try and analogize me to some kind of bear, it would be Baloo from Jungle Book.
For a second, I thought you were gonna say Bluey.
That's not a bear.
No, but you could be the dad. What is it, Bandit?
Oh, to be fair, actually, you know what? I do need to watch Bluey at some point, just at least a couple of episodes, because I've heard good things about it.
I've watched bits and pieces, and it is actually pretty cute. It's pretty good. It
It's
might
definitely
be a
for
little
kids.
too. Yeah, I think it might be a little bit too, like, kiddish for me. Like, I know it's for everyone. This is someone who watched MLP, but I think it's a little bit too kiddie for me. But I can see the appeal.
Hmm.
They do representation of, like, families and people very well.
That's good. It's also Australian as well, isn't it?
It is, And hilariously enough, the US, being as backwards as we are, has actually banned a bunch of Bluey episodes.
Why?
Disney thinks Disney is the one who has the rights to Bluey to broadcast it in the United States. Basically, conservatives have ruined it.
Yeah.
Or the episodes had to have been censored.
No, we can't show people caring about each other. That's not an American value anymore.
No. The episode that I know was just actually banned was the one where Bandit, the dad, pretends to be pregnant.
How insecure are people these days?
Yeah, and when they had like a pretend fake birth, like having labor and stuff, apparently that was just too much, and that episode was just banned.
What was the name of that film that starred Arnold Schwarzenegger as a pregnant man, and Danny DeVito was also in it?
I have no idea.
It's a real
That sounds
film.
like an interesting
It's not,
one.
Yeah, it sounds like a fever dream, but I assure you it's not. It's a real film. And yeah, I don't know what the plot was at this point. But Arnold is pregnant. He doesn't have the biology to give birth, so he has to get a C-section for it. But he's also like the first man to be pregnant or something. And his child has his face, which is horrifying. But I'm pretty sure that movie was released in America.
It probably
So,
was.
yeah.
But it's if the kids can see it. That's the difference. Because they think of the children. And then
The
when they're
children don't
born,
care.
don't think of the children.
Yeah. I think the children don't care about this sort of thing. They'll find it funny or they'll understand it because they're not adults.
Oh, I need metal rolls. Okay. I was just like looking at it for a second, like, why can't I get metal beams? Oh, because I'm missing a material. Gotcha. A couple of the things that I've seen that Bluey has portrayed really well. One of them is just normalizing having same-sex parents. Like, just making it normal without, like, making it, like, oh, having to, like, kind of over-showcase it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, one of them, it's a bunch of, like, kids, and one just mentions, having a guinea pig, or something like that, an animal, thanks to their mums.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the whole bit. Just implying that they have two mothers. That's it.
Yeah, because in the end of the day, does it really matter?
That's not what the Bible said.
Yeah.
Uh,
Lord knows that because we've done something in the past doesn't mean that we have to do it the same way again.
For clarification, I am not religious at all. I'm agnostic.
I'm atheist, so yeah.
Yeah. And I would never tell someone not to practice their religion, but I personally don't like religion. I think it's more divisive than helpful.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, you're free to practice your religion yourself, but you don't get to dictate what anyone else does.
The conservatives in America feel like they have the right to push their religion on everyone else.
Yeah. Not their religion, you mean Christianity.
Yes. Yeah, I know. Most of them don't even practice their own religion fully.
Yeah. Well, Christianity says don't preach, don't push it on other people. That's part of the actual religious teachings, but they conveniently ignore those bits.
Yeah, and then the ones that is always recited um, from the Bible that like against gay people is the one where it's like a man shall not lie with another man. But if you actually translate the original text, it means a man shall not lay with a boy,
Yeah,
as in pedophilia.
yeah, because the man and man were translated from two different words.
Yeah, but facts and logic don't apply to people, so they'd rather be in their own world.
Also, the most common thing from Christianity that I remember was do unto others, which, oh, I wish that were a thing.
Mm-hmm. Gives you a hug.
Receives the hug in returns.
You've got mail.
Fortunately, it is getting a little late now on this side. It's not 5 a.m. late, admittedly.
Yeah, I
Um,
was actually planning on ending my stream because I want to make something to eat.
but if you're gonna end in the next like 10 or 20 minutes or so, then I'll stick around.
Nah, I'm gonna end my stream there. Um, I mean, we can stay and call if you want, but if you want to head off, you're welcome to.
Yeah, I'll probably end up heading off and getting some sleep if I can.
Get all the sleep.
I will try. I won't need to sleep ever again.
Oh, what
But
time is it
yes,
there? It should be like
uh,
1, right?
yeah, it's 20 past 1.
What time do you normally try to go to bed?
Um, Anywhere between 1 and 2 in the morning at the moment, because that's when it starts to properly cool down, but it's
Hmm.
still really warm.
Yeah, UK houses, from what I've got, don't really have ceiling fans, right?
No, but it's not a common thing at all. Um, UK houses have good insulation, and are built quite sturdy,
But it's
so
to
they
keep the heat in.
resist. Yeah, they're usually designed to keep the heat in, but as a result, they're very good at retaining that heat during the hot weather as well. And we aren't, as a country, we don't have AC as standard because we didn't used to have weather that required it. We wanted houses that kept the warmth because it's too cold.
Hmm.
I'm sorry to hear, Monkey Thief. Come over here, you can borrow some of my AC.
Yeah, we live in a mobile home, and this house does have central heating and central air conditioning. However, our air conditioning for the house is broken. Um, it will turn on. However, the fan that keeps it cool does not work. Um, and we've had various different quotes ranging from $6,000 to, oh, it's only a $10 part. That we don't really know. So that's why we have to use the window air conditioners.
Yeah, there's been quite a few mechanical issues that we've had in this place that we have had quotes for replacements or fixes, and in the end, I just did it myself. Do a quick bit of Googling, research, figure out what a thing is, how it works, and what parts can go wrong. I then investigate the problem and get the replacement parts and fix it myself. Our tumble dryer, for example, broke down, and we could have spent, several £100s on a new one, or maybe even thousand or something if you want to get a really fancy one. We could have called up the company to do like their called out service, which would have cost, 100, £200, even though it's supposed to be in warranty. But I just went onto Amazon, bought a £12 pump piece, and then replaced it, and it works.
Hey, do you want to come visit and fix our AC for us?
Honestly, that sounds quite fun. I don't know why I do enjoy like the sort of technical puzzle solving element of fixing a machine, even though I don't know how most machines work.
Uh, I actually enjoy putting together furniture.
IKEA's fun.
Uh, I I only went to IKEA once, and it was in November of this year. Uh, IKEA in the U.S. is pretty spread out. It's like quite a drive. Um,
Well, I mean, just in general, the flat pack furniture stuff. I just refer to it as IKEA, I suppose. Um, but many other places do it. But getting the instructions, putting everything together, it's just fun. It's like bigger Lego.
yeah, I don't enjoy the bad directions. Um, because a lot of them are just bad. But the actual process of putting things together like that, I do enjoy. Um, especially when it's done. It's like, wow, I did that. I don't necessarily want to do it again, but I enjoyed the process, if that makes sense.
No, that's fair.
Like, that's something one of the things I want to do is, my bedroom is very small. Um, but I'd like to actually maximize my usage of it. And I'd like to get a new computer desk, because this one is pretty old. Um, and I'd also like to get actual shelving.
I actually recently got myself a new computer desk like 2 weeks ago. Um,
I'd like to get a
uh,
standing one.
I had that option, but I decided to go against it because I felt like I'd annoy myself with it.
Mm. Like, it doesn't have to be one that has to be standing, like, to use it, but like one that at least is height adjusting.
hmm
And I found one that would have been perfect for my room, but the price was a little too high. It was about $300,
Mm.
which was actually a lot for that type of desk.
Yeah.
Um, right now, this desk I actually bought over 10 years ago, and it's not bad, but it's a traditional computer desk, the kind that has like a keyboard tray and a monitor stand, and
Never could get the hang of a keyboard tray. Like, whenever I used to use one, the tray would just keep on moving around when I'm trying to do stuff, and it annoyed me to all ends.
same. I thought I would like it when I got it, and I just didn't. Um, so I would like to upgrade quite a bit. You don't like building anything, Monkey Thief? Not even Lego?
Oh, joke's on you, Monkey Thief. You're building a rapport with me right now.
Oh no. Do you have any fun plans for tomorrow?
I wish I did. The next 3 or 4 days, depending on how you measure it, I have nothing going on. Um, Friday is the first day where I have something which should be the hide and seek game that we'll be
Oh yeah,
doing.
yeah.
Um, Although tomorrow, if I'm lucky, I might be able to pick up my medication. That'll be nice. Um, I might be able to focus on things finally.
I assume it's like an ADD med.
Yeah, it's I've got the bottle here right now actually. There's dexamphetamine dimesylate, if you're
Never heard of it.
interested. Yeah, it goes by the name Elvance. Um, but yeah, it's ADHD medication that essentially provides, I think it's dopamine, over the course of 12 hours or basically a day. Um, and that just gives me the reduced friction to starting tasks, and allows my brain to have the reward circuit kick in.
I tried. So growing up, like as a kid, I was on so many different ADD medicines. Like they'd work but have bad side effects.
Hmm.
Um, and then I tried an ADD medicine again about 5 or 6 years ago, and it worked really well. Like I really enjoyed how I how I felt on it. However, the big side effect it had was it made me not be able to sleep for 24 hours
Yeah,
after taking it.
that's one of the drawbacks with this medication is that it's basically impossible to sleep while the medication is in effect. And since it's a 12-hour release, if I take it uh, after the morning, then I won't be able to sleep until very late, if not late, the next morning.
That's
Um,
exactly what I went through. Mine was
uh,
supposed to be an 8-hour release, but it definitely wasn't.
yeah, I mean, it says 12-hour for me, and my experience has been closer to 14, 15 hours.
It was also an appetite suppressant for
Yeah,
me.
that too.
Like,
Um,
I would still feel slightly hungry, like a tinge, but I
mm,
wouldn't have that desire to eat, if that makes sense.
yeah, yeah, I think maybe we actually had the same thing then, because again, that's what I experienced. I also had elevated heart rate during the entire time.
I didn't
Because
have that.
I mean, this is literally amphetamines of some variety, so it kind of makes sense that heart rate increases.
Yeah.
Um, but I remember when I first started it, it was a marked, uh, a notable increase in heart rate to the point where I felt like I was pumped for a marathon or something in the middle of
Mm.
the day, and I was like, isn't normal, but I've come to get used to that now. Um, But unfortunately, like I said, I've run out of the medication, so I've been waiting to get a refill.
Did you take it every day or only as needed?
Um, it's I'm supposed to have a couple of days off a week from it, so my body has a chance to recover or something. That's what I was recommended. Um, and I ended up taking it every day I was in work, which was usually 4 or 5 days a week. Um, since I'm no longer in work, I would take it just on days when I needed to do something specific and focus, like a couple of weeks ago, sorry, a couple of days ago when I needed to learn some new technology, like do some training for my CV. I just took one of those pills and then spent about 12 hours solid working on this new thing. Um, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to take any since because I've run out.
Mm. I'm guessing you have to pay for it out of pocket.
Yeah, I had to get private assessments to get an ADHD diagnosis. Not that I've gone around trying to find one, shall we say, but going through the NHS, I had to wait 3 years, and I was still on a waiting list, which was expected to take another 2 years, and I couldn't be asked to wait anymore. Um, but because of that, it also means that I don't get the medication covered because it's not a necessary medication. I can function without it. I just don't function well.
Yeah. The only medication that I'm on is a depression slash anxiety medicine. It's supposed to cover both. Um, and I have actually found that it works really well.
Hmm.
Um, because like I I I found out I had depression in high school. Um, I didn't know I had depression. I just thought everyone felt the way I did.
Yeah.
Uh, and it's a chronic depression. Like I'll always have it. Um, but sometimes it's just really really bad. Like suicidal thoughts and things like that. Never any intent, but still not
Yeah, the
great
thoughts are
feeling.
still problematic.
Yeah, and not wanting to do anything, not wanting to eat. The list goes on. But
Mm.
this medicine I started about 2 years ago, I think, 2 or 3. It's called sertraline. And it works really well. It doesn't make me suddenly happy, but it makes me neutral, which I'd much rather be than just being sad all the time.
Yeah.
So at least I have a jumping off point. That I have to take every day. I do still have lapses sometimes. Like, I'll forget for a few days. Um, and boy, can I feel it when I
I
haven't
suppose
taken
it's
it
a
for a
good
few
reminder,
days.
though.
Yeah, because suddenly I'll just feel super depressed. And like nothing will have happened. It's like,
Hmm.
yeah. You were supposed to be sleeping, mister.
Yeah, but you're talking.
You could have said fuck off and left.
I could have,
Or
but
yeet.
that would be rude. That would be funny, but still rude.
Thank you everyone for watching, by the way, and joining for my stream
Yeah.
tonight. I'm gonna end this stream here.
Toodaloo.